Oh, okay. Hold on.
You get my strawberries and cream.
Okay. Could you put the bowl down for me? And the strawberries and the oranges actually.
Wait, what? Am I putting down?
Put away the oranges in the bowl. I love you.
Okay.
Okay, I need to stop. Sorry, I won't click you this. Oh, I messed up that one too. I was on here for 5 minutes and I could have just like started my stream. Jeez Louise. Does this go to my thing? Okay, it does. Cool. Just want to make sure that the links work. Anyways, I have been more distracted than I should have. Let's just get started. I've been incredibly distracted since this past weekend because it's been my staycation because of my anniversary. But enough about that. We had a fun weekend. I start work again on Wednesday, and then I'll just like kind of go from there. But enough about me. Let's go ahead and fix the volume. Yeah, the volume looks good. And let's check out Kingdom Hearts. Let's start, buddy. Let's turn that off too.
Brings back memories. Gracias.
Okay, here's the problem. Here's the thing. The thing about Coco is that they're in the land of the dead, and the TLDR is that you truly pass away if no one else remembers your name or puts you on the ofrenda, and it's incredibly sad. That being said, we're going to Coco. We're going to. That's really sick.
Huh? Wait, what happened?
He's been forgotten. When there's no one left in the living world who remembers you, you disappear from this world. We call it the final death. Hey, it happens to everyone eventually. Come on, De La Cruzito. You got a contest to win.
That's rough to tell like a 13-year-old kid. Oh my god. Oh boy. Heartless! Heartless! Ah, sick. Oh, the Master of Masters already?
This is Quadron.
Oh, that's Sky City. Quadrant, but also this is Shibuya Sky.
They're asking for Dandelion
See?
Dispatch.
Dandelion Dispatch?
For Dandelion Dispatch.
Wait. Okay. Great. Cool. More information. They have cell phones in this world. Okay, they have cell phones. So they're continuing the cell phone trend from Kingdom Hearts 3 into here. Great. But also, the fact that the Dandelions weren't a thing since Union Cross. So, oh god. So you're telling me that hold on. I need to stop. Oh, Darkseid broke out. Saving a cat. Those are new Heartlesses. Volley. Oh, Volley's his name. Okay.
Whoa!
Oh, that's incredibly sick.
The Plaza de la Cruz.
Plaza de la Cruz. Okay, you get the world Keyblade during the world. That's really sick. The idea that you can get because normally you're supposed to get the world Keyblade after you finish the world. So that's really sick.
This is a lot of new information. I bet I'll find a clue to saving Sora now.
Yeah. Because what's really sick is that at the end of Memory of Melody, King Mickey is supposed to go into Skylab Kylum to do more research, and we're following him as the main character for this part of the map. It is really sick.
When folks disappear above, is this where they always end up?
But Sora isn't here.
Wow.
Okay, you can control Donald and Goofy, okay. Oh, that's really sick. Stars attack. Oh, firecracker put together.
Huh?
What?
Sora, is something wrong?
What can you see?
Sora! Hey!
Okay, he passed out? Did he pass out into the land of the dead?
Whoa! Here's a surprise. You're looking pretty good for an old coot.
Zigbar? Okay. Three dark sides, okay.
Delicia! Sigurd!
Oh, they just decimated one by one. Oh, no, Riku! Aw, sick, Riku came in. Oh, Riku's here, sick. Oh, okay.
Sora, wake up and see.
Hayden. Man. Oh god, you're telling me that this was the last performance of Hayden? Man, that's rough. Like, this is just the fact that, like, just recently, as of recording, we just had news that Hayden passed away. So it's like, for us to hear this game is the one of the final instances that Hayden actually was working, and then she just passes away. I mean, Phil DeFranco was talking about it recently on his podcast about what is it? The darkness of like childhood, like Hollywood, and that's really sucks. Again, I don't know a whole lot about what happened with like the news, because I didn't really watch it yet. I'm not in the space right now to really hear the news quite yet, but it's upsetting that this is the last piece of work that Kyrie has ever been recorded as Hayden. So we're gonna need, if we get a Kingdom Hearts 5 down the road, we either will have to not disinclude Kyrie or get a new voice actress. But shoot, again, this instance right here is incredibly sucks for like for Land of the Dead, because the fact that this world is supposed to set the tone of what we're going into during the arc of Kingdom Hearts 4 is incredibly wild, because the point he makes is that the final death of somebody is when nobody remembers you. So the first you die twice in your life. The first is when you physically die, and the second is when when you die when somebody mentions your name for the last time. And then when you're forgotten, then you're lost to history. That's why that was one of the huge core messages of Coco, is that like in this vast world of the Land of the Dead. Hold on. Oh nope, that's not what I want. That's what I wanted. Because the film's about Miguel's stunning and colorful journey through the Land of the Dead, meets a charming character named Hector. And it's incredibly here to where this is Miguel's fight so that he can get a chance to go back into the world of the living. But again, he's a living person in the Land of the Dead. He's slowly dying because he should not be there, right? And so it's incredibly wild to see that he is like we are alongside with him. Now we don't know if Sora meets him, or here's the thing, this is the premise of the show, and we don't know if this instance right here is the first time that Miguel meets Sora. This looks like the first time Miguel meets Sora. But also at the same time, how would he know how to like put makeup on his face. So yeah, definitely Sora meets up with Miguel and Hector before the performance, so that way he gets the makeup treatment much like Miguel does. And like right here, Miguel is almost dead because he's fighting for his life to get back to the land of the living. And so it's wild to see that right here because this is Sora being in this world. And again, we don't know if this is him in the land of the dead after, like, during the events of Quadratum. But yeah, like dandelions, such image, like the scene is almost telling us, without telling us, the scene is telling us what we need to know. The Master of Masters is somewhere out there in the world, and his little project, the Dandelions, is up and active in the world of Quadratum. So this in it itself is pretty sick. He's in Shibuya Sky because we do have a few things. Let me see. Let me find Audrey. Audrey is a big Audrey is a huge Square Enix poster, CEO of Japan Industries, Twitch partner, Instagram. Point being, let me see. There's a whole thing here to where she would share that, yeah, like what we are witnessing. For those who want to know where Sora and Streltzia is in the shot, it's on top of Shibuya Sky. Yeah, Joanna went to Shibuya Sky when we went to Japan earlier this year. The framing's a little different. Why are people saying the Quadratum is an ocean? It's honestly like an ocean of people in a way, because like I would argue this space of Quadratum is almost as big, if not bigger, than what the world was before Skyla at Kylum. Because for Streltzia and the other dude, they came into this world after the events of Union Cross, and they continued their work from the Master and Masters. I should probably go through the other trailer as well. But yeah, so this is like a 1-to-1 representation of it. So that's like in itself pretty sick. But as we continue, we have Sora catching up with Streltzia, which like here the fact that there's hold on, let me see if I can get the subtitles on for this like breakdown. Hold on. But it's incredibly wild to watch them do this and mention the Dandelions because the founders were trying to create the Dandelion faction. Yeah, Shibuya Station. They clearly state Shibuya Station, so they're in Quadratum, but it's a parallel to Tokyo. So we see these what's up? What's that?
What's fruit without the pits?
Oh, nice! Where do we get the peaches?
Chris and Carolina got the peaches. They're making a charcuterie board right now. And
sick.
She was like, "Do you want the peaches?" And I was like, "I mean, Tyler will eat the peaches."
Oh. Whoa. Oh yeah.
Did you like my reference?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. I was like, please enjoy my reference. Please.
Oh yeah, Joe, wait, come here. Did you recognize his view? Did you recognize this? Yeah, but where specifically? You've been here before during the trip.
the fucking Shibuya Sky.
Yeah, I told you guys. Like this, like so. Thomas will be very happy that this will be.
Thomas will be very happy with the game. Yes.
Thomas will technically be going to Japan for the first time, because in this setting, the city is called Quadratum, which is supposed to be the parallel universe version of Tokyo, right?
That's cool.
And what's really cool is that they're like in Shibuya Sky, and it looked like a sea of people, yeah. It's really sick.
That is really sick.
Yeah. And then there's even a mention of Shibuya Station too.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, over here, like, hold on. Yeah, because as you keep watching, they have like iPhones on their hands,
That's funny.
which is really sick. And then, Darkseid has appeared near Shibuya Station.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, Thomas gets to go to Shibuya for the first time.
Thanks.
Oh God, Thomas is gonna blow his load. He's gonna be so excited for this. Like these airships alone is very Square Enix like, because everything here just okay. Darkseid broke containment. That's not great. He's attacking. That's really cool too. It's not cool that there's a Darkseid attacking Shibuya, but it's really cool that, like, despite that, like, Sora is out there saving kids, saving mom and their cats.
Yeah.
Oh my God, let me see what else. Because again, like, okay, and then we get a new formation of a new enemy type. Is this what a heart valley behind? Okay, so they're either they're heartlesses or they're another. They're like true heartlesses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. See, we're in Shibuya Crossing. We're fighting alongside our new friend Vali, and we're in Coco. Do you remember the core message about the movie Coco?
It's been a minute since I've seen it. So...
Yeah. It's like it massages the concept about you die twice, to where the first time you die is like you dead, and then the second time is when somebody forgets you.
Yep, I remember now.
And then they forget
So
you.
sad.
Sometimes people forget you by refusing to put you on the ofrenda and stuff like that. That's why I also like how, like, is it Grandma Coco? Is Coco's the grandmother's name?
Yes.
Yeah, that was like Hector was almost gonna disappear because Coco was about to forget him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like I love the fact that since Sora is technically dead, he's in this world discussing the topic of it and dealing with it too.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Welcome to the Plaza de la Cruz. I'm gonna be so excited when Thomas and I play this game and we beat the bones off De La Cruz, because De La Cruz took away like Hector's like stardom, I think.
Yeah.
Ah, that's sick.
And it's sick. I do love.
And then for you guys watching, this is incredibly wild to where the fact that Sora is getting the world key. I was mentioning it before earlier in the video, but the fact that this is the world keyblade, and normally during the process of you playing this game, you don't get the keyblade normally until the end of the game, until the end of the scenario, which is you processing the world. This is the first time you're receiving the powers of the world to fight its horrors. And what I'm wondering is that the reason why we get this ability now is because quite literally Sora is going from world to world fighting by himself. But that's incredibly wild to think about, because even during Birth by Sleep, when Birth by Sleep you played as Roxas, you played as Ven, Aqua and Terra, they would fight alone. So this is Sora's first time fighting by himself, but even then during the events of Birth by Sleep, they never had the opportunity to get the World Keyblade, to my knowledge. I could be wrong. But this is really cool to where we're in a fighting sequence to where we're helping Hector and Miguel deal with the Heartless that interrupted his concert. I think that could be it, which is why we have that meter on the left. And now we catch up with Mickey after the events of Medley of Memory. I didn't play the game on this channel because I specifically don't have much of a. I don't like rhythm games that much, but I'm extremely excited to see that this is a game telling us that we're jumping from character to character to discuss what they're doing on their own journey, because we know that Sora and Donald are in the process of looking for Goofy and Donald are looking for Sora, and then Mickey himself is going through the book of Scarlet Kylam to also figure out what's going on, because he's out there, and it's really cool to where we're in this like mini mission of Mickey trying to figure out and research Scarlet Kylam. He's traversing the world within books like you would Winnie the Pooh, but this time it's much more elaborate. And they're trying to find information about the other darknesses, I think, or something else entirely, because it looks like he has two different powers right here, to where he can go flat or he can go super big. He has his own abilities. Mickey has his own abilities, which is really cool. And he's in the process of looking for pages the more he explores the library. Okay. When folks appear above, is this where they always end up? Yeah, that's the craziest thing though, because Donald and Goofy are going to the world of Hades. They're talking to Mr. Hades himself, and they have to like they're traversing another concept of death, to where they think that if you die, you always go straight to Hades. You go to the underworld. That's it. What's really sick is that you can play as both Donald and Goofy, and it's incredibly wild to see that. In terms of in regards to the concepts of life and death, the fact that Sora is not even here means something completely different, because, and we're watching the fact that he didn't die a traditional death. He didn't disappear in the traditional way, because he did the forbidden technique of like ejecting your heart throughout the timeline, and that's how he was able to save everybody. But because he did that, he is in his own kind of limbo. He's in his own limbo because he did a technique you weren't supposed to do, especially without the proper equipment.
Nothing.
And like, this is the craziest thing. We have Sora speaking with Strezia and Vali, but for whatever reason, he's getting hallucinations about Donald and Goofy, which makes me kind of wonder now: is he, because like again, to get to this place, he had to go into a pod and then eject into the multiverse, right? So what if Sora's main body is inside of a pod, and he could be in Data Scarlet at Kylam, or the Data version of Quadratum, right? So if he's within the Data version of that place, Goofy and Donald are in the process of meeting him in the middle where he is. But that's the funny thing though, because like again, they're disguised this way thanks to the Goofy's. Yeah, we see this too. Like, someone brought it up that like, what is it? There's a clear reason why Donald and Goofy are wearing new outfits in the Land of the Dead, while Sora isn't. It's worth remembering that Donald is the one in charge of altering the tree's appearances in each world to preserve the order. But however, since they're traveling separately this time, he hasn't been able to change Sora. That's why Sora only wears the painted skin, just like Miguel did in the movie, while the two of them are show complete transformation. So like, it's not much so the complete transformation. It's more like the Donald's magic has like did the full body paint. So you can see along the necks and the hands of Donald and Goofy, they got black painted with like white skeletons. If that's the case, I wonder how they're gonna handle Zootopia. Oh, that is wild too. That is funny to think about. To where it's gonna be completely wild to see a human person inside the world of like Zootopia, and just like walking around where everybody else is like a monkey or like or a bunny. I'd love to see them in that world. If they go there, I suppose the three of them would already be together because they arrived on the Gumi ship, and with magic they can transform into some animals. Yeah, I want to see what happens if they go to Zootopia before they meet up. But I shouldn't even have my face painted because that should also be part of the magic. Sure. Maybe Miguel explained it to him, so since they're in the same situation, and because that's the thing, when you watch Coco for the first time, Miguel doesn't have the he magically finds somebody that knows him, and they help him by like painting him up in the makeup. Somebody had to have found Miguel and put him in that makeup before he traversed the land of the dead. That's how Miguel did it, so that makes a lot of sense. But the next question is that why is his umbrella? That's the funniest thing. We see Xehanort's umbrella, all hunky dory, right? It's incredibly funny to imagine that he appeared in the last trailer with the bent umbrella, right? So you're telling me that Xehanort beat the living fuck out of Sigmar, losing with his umbrella? Because we see him in the trailer like this, and then we see him in the previous trailer like that. Yeah, like Xehanort does not look hurt, so he's pretty strong, man. The image of YX hitting the bar with young Xehanort with an umbrella is funny as hell. It's been making me laugh the entire time I realized his umbrella was fine. Maybe like 5 minutes before seeing Sora. No fun allowed. Your headcanon's good. I'll take it. Wouldn't be the first time in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, because like in Kingdom Hearts 3DS, Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, you get an umbrella as a joke weapon. And then the sudden realization, man. Sick. Also, like, there's so much to look at. There is so much to look at. Because when you hear him talk, so the question is he calling young Xehanort an old coot because Luzu thinks that young Xehanort is playing a game with Sora? Or is this another version of Xehanort that was not a part of the plan? That's the biggest question right now, because like, what's Xehanort doing in Quadratum? And does he have his memories and ambitions from the previous game? That's a big question that we're having right now, because we're still looking at just Quadratum, and we're just looking at we're just looking at Quadratum, we're just looking at the Land of the Dead, and we're just looking at Olympic and the Olympic Coliseum. It's crazy. The fighting of 3 Darkseids at once is incredibly wild. We have the pure dark. We have the pure heartless. We have the dandelions attempting to attack. Stretsia and Sigurd seems to be outmatched from the way things look. Wait, what does Stretsia even have? It looks like she's trying to like form her Keyblade, but she can't actualize it. That's a big issue. And at the same time, we have Sigurd. He looks incredibly scared. He has a Keyblade. I have that little post about this. Because yeah, he's having Sigurd's Keyblades from Kingdom Hearts Missing Link, which is wild. To where either he is playing homage to Missing Link, or it's a Keyblade that he himself like prefers. Much like you would drive either a Honda or a Toyota or a Lexus or Mercedes, right? Hear me out. Kingdom Hearts Union Cross had evolved Keyblades. This Keyblade that Sigurd is using could have originally looked something like this. The character from the outfit and Keyblade surely isn't Sora. Okay. It's incredibly wild to think about. Yeah, Sig's Keyblade's a bit weird. But we watch both like Strezia and Sigurd almost being decimated because Sora is not close enough to help him. Which again really sucks, but what's really cool, it brings up a lot of questions when we come up to the next clip. We love that we have Roxas. We love that Riku is now back on the scene. He's finally found him since the events of the secret ending of because there's a whole secret ending with Riku wandering Quadratum at the same time that Sora is. So it's really cool that Riku's finally met up with Sora. But the question is, how did he get his outfit too? Because we saw him last with the outfits from like the previous game, but who knows, right? Because everybody's just really happy that we're just happy that we have this in general. Everybody just really happy that we have Kingdom Hearts 4 news in general. Kingdom Hearts 4 is real. But what's really sad, Joanna, is that in this trailer, we hear Hayden's performance for the last time. This could have been Kingdom Hearts 4 might have been Hayden's last performance. It's okay, you can squeeze me. Squeeze.
I don't like that fact. That made me sad.
But it makes me sad too. It makes me sad too, because that means we either have to like recast her or like be done with her character.
Sora, wake up and see.
But that's the question though, like as we're watching this trailer, is she, based on my previous like theory about potentially having him within a pod, there's a chance that he is in a pod, which is why he sees holographic versions of Donald and Goofy. So by that logic, is there a chance that outside in the world we get to play as Kairi, and then we get to like see her find him in a pod, and she has to like Sleeping Beauty him and convince him to wake up? We don't know a lot about that for sure, but I'm really excited. I love this trailer. There is just so much to dig, to eat from this. Let me see. What's up?
I'm just laughing at the incorrect quotes. Don't let me.
Sorry, I got a piece to finish. Why do you need to bring up that Hayden died 9 hours ago, man? I don't need to remind myself of that. I see it every time I open up this game. But to go through some Twitter before we go on to the next video, I think it's really cool to bring up the fact that Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 2.5 Remix is now coming up to be the best-selling paid game on Steam in the US, which is incredibly fun. The idea that this game from 2008 is now of the best-selling paid games on Steam right now. Let me see if I can't pull that up for real. I think it's funny. So, as an update, Big Walk just outpassed Kingdom Hearts 1.5, 2.5. But definitely the fact that this game is the top 5 games. Kingdom Hearts 1.5, 2.5 Remix is the third most bought game ever. Let me see release date. Let me see relevance. But yeah, like that's the metric that this guy's using. It's really cool. It's really sick. That's really sick, man. Franchise hits 1 billion. Kingdom Hearts 4 news shows coming up soon on Netflix, I think. So I wonder about that, because at the very least, in comparison to that's the craziest thing, because when I look at this, I'm trying to think to myself, having a TV show is at least better than a mobile game that dies, because currently you cannot play Union Cross or Dock Roads anymore. That's to my current knowledge, and like you can't play those no more. And now it's number 4. It's technically number. Wait, hold on. It was number 3 on Steam. Yeah, because like here's what I did. I went to this Steam store. I just pressed search, and yeah, number 3, Kingdom Hearts is the third most relevant game on Steam. Let's go. I've bought Kingdom Hearts 2 1 billion times. I will buy Kingdom Hearts 2 1 billion times more. Oh, hail the duck flare. Man, the best game to the fact that this franchise, up until now, we have 20 years of games that has immortalized Hayden. So that's pretty sick. Much like how we have the entire franchise of the Harry Potter movies immortalizing Hagrid. That is pretty sick. And Snape, aka Alan hey Joanna. What's Snape's actor's name again? Alan something.
Alan Rickman.
We got Alan Rickman immortalized with 8 movies. That's pretty sick. Ah, man. I mean, yeah, it is. Sure. Just because it's 70% off and it's currently $15. I mean, yeah, technically it's because the game is $15 right now, but it doesn't change that it's the third most relevant game when you go to Steam. That is pretty sick. Wait, when does the deal end? I need to see. When does the deal end? The deal ends on the 20th. You know, $15. I can do $15. That's rough. Man, who can blame anyone? The series is one of the greatest masterpieces ever created, and always the greatest RPG masterpiece from Square Enix. I'm really hyped for Kingdom Hearts as well too. But I think to myself, like, it's crazy to see the impact that Kingdom Hearts has done. Because for me, myself, I think I've told the story plenty of times, but I never got into Kingdom Hearts through the first game, because my mom was very picky about how she spent her money, so it wasn't really in my radar that Kingdom Hearts was a game. I didn't really think about playing Kingdom Hearts until I found the Game Boy Advance cartridge at the bottom of a pool. And I only found that because I was at like the open swim that was at my local pool at the time. I jumped off the diving board, because you do jump on the diving board, and it's incredibly funny to see that like there was a weird little thing that was on the bottom of the pool. So like I held my breath and like I went down 6 feet into the water, 8 feet in the water, and grabbed the game. I didn't know if it worked, but I definitely put it in rice for like a good couple of days. Plopped it in my Game Boy Advance, my Game Boy SP, and I played it. I beat it in a couple of days, and like I've been playing Kingdom Hearts ever since. I don't have Recoded because Recoded is a trash game. It honestly, but anyways, that's how I got into Kingdom Hearts, was because of a game that I had to go down to the bottom of Dive Tank for. Did I sell the discs? I hope I didn't. Did I? Hold on. Please tell me I didn't do it. Ha! Okay. Ha! Alright, Kingdom Hearts. Where's Kingdom Hearts 2? Where's my Kingdom Hearts 2 copy? Wait, where? I should have it. Ah, that's rough, buddy. No, how did I lose the second game? Was it because I gave it to my cousin? Oh, that's rough. I have my only copy. My first, wait, is the disc in here still? Okay, so the disc is still here. Hashtag physical media. I still have my my Kingdom Hearts game. I actually don't know if I have my. Oh no. Wait, I do have the Kingdom Hearts 2 HD 2.8 for the PlayStation 4. It's underneath a lot of games, so I can't really grab it as easily. But let me see what else. What other games? Monster Hunter. No! That's too bad, man. Ripping pepperonis. Oh, God. Yeah, because back in the day I didn't have a lot of money, so I always had to trade in games to play other games. I should probably do that too with like Magic as well. Trade in cards to get more cards. That's how we do it. Ah. Yeah, the fact that Sora is inside of the fact that Kingdom Hearts is inside of Fortnite, that is technically a thing. I don't know if that'll be a reason for me to turn on Fortnite, pay the money for Sora, and then give a Glock to Sora to like have him shoot people. I don't know. But anyways, one thing that me and my friends noticed in the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer is that the Heartless only appears to react to Miguel and not the other characters. So okay, yeah, because like right now we're in a area full of spirits, full of people who are dead. I don't think Hector is immortal. Hector is still very dead. There's nothing really special about him. He's just attacking the Heartless alongside Sora and Miguel. So the Heartless responds in kind. They're docile until provoked or a heart is nearby, and seem to remember those that attack other Heartlesses. That's fair. Yeah, because according to answer report 4, this is in line with answer report. I don't know which report that is. Oh, this might be in the first game. The Heartless appears in groups and are multiplying rapidly. I've provided them with both living and non-living samples. They respond only to the living. They seem to multiply after absorbing something from the living creatures. Their prey vanishes without a trace. I believe the Heartless are taking hearts. They are born from those who lost their hearts and thrive on hearts seized from others. The hearts taken by the Heartless become heartless themselves. Though I lack proof, I am confident in this hypothesis. I must also study their behavioral principles. Though they lack emotions, they do seem to have some intelligence. How to communicate with them? It just occurred to me. Could they be the darkness in people's hearts? It could be. But that's pretty sick though. That's pretty sick to imagine. Yeah, again, Orin was actually kept alive by Hades. It was their deal in Coco. Your soul... It was their deal between Hades and Orin. In Coco, your soul is taking physical form in the afterlife, but in Hercules, your soul travels to the underworld without your body, as the underworld and Earth are on the same plane. Okay, that's interesting to hear about. That's interesting. That's the fact that I'm getting like in lore, like context is great. This is also showcased in Halloween Town and Kingdom Hearts 1. The Heartless are simply odd new arrivals until the professor makes his artificial dark leaning heart, which sends him in a frenzy. The Heartless also seem to have a hive mind of sort of remembering who has attacked them. Miguel has yet another layer of trouble for him, being the only living human in the land of the dead. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. Rough pepperonis. Okay, cool. So let me go ahead and like see what we're live researching, and I like the fact that we have both Audrey and Genki. We have Genki also, but we have Audrey as well as like big people that have done things for the Square Enix community. So she's done a lot of Final Fantasy as well. But let's see. Number 1 paid game on Steam in the US, as number 4 in Japan. It's too strong, buddy. That is a pretty sick one. Wait, 4, buddy. Yeah, the outfits between Kingdom Hearts 3 and 4 are very similar because Quadratum is taking direct... His adventures is taking like right after the events of fighting the secret boss, I believe. Oh, we're gonna see that in a little bit. We have a video here about somebody watching the stream, which in itself is pretty sick, but I do hate the fact that I try to watch it on the main channel. I always try my very best to watch it at the original source, but they privated that video. Thankfully, somebody streamcasted it as well. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts Kairi voice Hayden Panettiere. Is it Panettiere?
Panettiere.
Panettiere.
Mm-hmm.
It's French. Who voiced Kingdom Hearts 1 through Birth by Sleep. Wait. Who voices adult? Voices adult Kairi. Was it still Hayden that like voiced her?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, it is still. Oh, that's rough. We miss you. We miss you, Hayden.
Yeah.
You want to watch Ice Princess at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else about Kingdom Hearts 4? Okay, cool. I really wish the Missing Link was still a thing. Yeah, Missing Link was canceled because they said that they couldn't commit a responsible amount of time onto both Missing Link and Kingdom Hearts 4, which is sad. It's rough, but I get it. I really wish that Missing Link was still a thing, since the explanation of bloodlines, those who are successors of Ephemer and therefore the true Keyblade wielders, and those who are not. Yeah, because like he always had the ability to like wear a Keyblade, and it was expressively so, especially when he was blessed by Terra during the events of Birth by Sleep. Wait, was Sora ever blessed to become a Keyblade wielder? Sora was never officially blessed or given the bequeathal ceremony by a Keyblade master. Sora only wound it up with a Keyblade because Riku fell to darkness. And, okay, so just because you have a strong heart doesn't mean you initially get priority. The only reason we ever have a Keyblade is because Riku was convinced by Xehanort, and he was the next person available of that Keyblade, much like how a Green Lantern ring goes from one person of power to overcome with great will to another person. Okay, let's see what this one says. Riku, the most employed guardian of light in the whole series. Sora ain't letting him breathe since he was 5 years old. You know, that's kind of fair. Yeah, because when they were both kids, he was like the oldest one taking care of each other. Your job, Riku, your job as a Keyblade master is to keep Sora alive. Sure thing, I can't be that difficult. Sora's dead and we can't fight him with Hades. Yeah, because definitely in this instance, he had to protect Sora and friends because his body's taken over by Xehanort to become Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. And this was an instance in 3 where Sora got mad upset that everybody was dying, and he died in order to protect them. For real, that's what you get when your best friend, the protagonist, as well as being the urologist of the whole franchise. Okay, so in this case, the fact that in the cutscene that we saw, he's protecting Sigurd and Strelitzia, which is really sick. They legit said Riku got it from Terra, which is true. Which is also a huge thing, though, because like the idea of like successors can't be just because they both have white hair, right? Xehanort was the... Is Xehanort the descendant? Hard to say. Vali and Sora are standing at the intersection between Shibuya, Hikari. Oh no! This is the fact that this game takes place and like takes a parallel instance to like the other games is really sick. Again, Vali is incredibly ninja-esque. That's really cool. I don't know why he has the face mask, but he's trying to be very. He's trying to be cool. He's trying to be cool. K4 shows Miyashita Park in the distance, which is technically accurate, but the real life location has a row of buildings shielding the arcs from the park. I guess like that might be where the trees are. Okay, that's pretty sick. Let Tower Records be in Kingdom Hearts 4. I think I found where Sora and... Oh, so these are a bunch of posts of them finding Japan locations in the game. That's pretty sick. Love and Deep Space last minute announcement. The fact that Riku is that's really sick. The fact that Riku is staring up at 3 dark sides that's standing right next to the middle Shibuya crossing. Yeah, but it's really sick too, because like both, like I think that the wrist wrap is for his injured left hand a little bit, but he's always had wristbands even when he was a kid, I think. So that's just a part of his style. Rikime is so beautiful. That's as much as I can find. Let's see. Okay. IGN asks Disney Animation Studios if they have plans for a Kingdom Hearts feature film following the announcement. Nothing is impossible. I'm always excited to hear what people are passionate about, and I'd say that we have a very bright future of new projects coming out, so I would say nothing's impossible. I think the movie would work if it also follows an original story. Yeah, because what would really be... Let me see if I can actually open it up on a new... Let's check out the article. Hold on. Oh no, yeah, the browser's being weird. Disney Animation Studio boss Jared Bush isn't ruling out the possibilities of a movie, but there is a discussion about an anime. Was announced at the event coming to Disney Plus. Undetermined date. Okay. Sora and the gang are back to fight the Heartless, which are wreaking havoc in the land of the dead. Coco's universe is an explorable world in the Kingdom Hearts 4. Gets a Keyblade theme after Hector's guitar. Very early, mind you. This is happening very early within the game. Kingdom Hearts is scheduled to release in late 2027 next year. Combat footage from the Coco section scene shows Sora using the Keyblade as kind of a skateboard as he follows the flying Heartless. He tethers by a glowing chain, and that chain has like backbones on it, which is really cool. Let's see. Yeah, there's Hades as well as like exploration in Skylat Island as well. Again, we're really excited to see what happens here. The more I hear this, the more my faith for Kingdom Hearts increases. What do you mean respectfully? No. Nomura has stated the story will always follow Sora because he's the important to the story. The anime itself looks like it'll be the upperclassmen following them and their side of the story from the dark roads, and Nomura seems to be following close with it. Which is incredibly hopeful. I'm very hopeful for that case to be, just because I want media about it, like the comic book that it could have. The anime is apparently following the upperclassmen, and I want a movie to follow everybody else but Sora. I want movies and shows to follow everything but Sora, because he said the numbered titles will always follow Sora. Saying a movie that doesn't follow Sora and Co. is a crazy statement. It has to be more specific without messing with the canon. Yeah, because like we want to make sure that. I mean, here's the thing though, because even then, technically, 358 over 2 days, technically Birth by Sleep, all these side games include people other than Sora, right? But how does that work? Because Birth by Sleep ends with how we meet Sora, though, right? So I don't know. There's just a lot of things to dig in. But again, when it comes to Final Fantasy news, and when it comes to Kingdom Hearts, I'm incredibly excited. It's not a main stage thing? That's wild. Want to know what there were conversations like between Amuro and Yoshi P. Would you like a plush of Donald or Goofy like this?
Yeah, why not?
I think it'd be pretty sick. I think Carolina would like that a lot.
Yeah.
Kinda what? What's he kinda what? But what's her reaction actually?
Oh my god, oh my god.
Brings back memories.
I need to check out her reaction though first too. What is this girl's reaction? Let me just like get that set up. Cool.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Brings back memories.
I'm only speeding it up because I already watched it.
The music, I'm gonna cry.
Please cry. This is very emotional.
He's been forgotten. When there's no one left in the living world who remembers you, you disappear from this world. We call it the final death. Hey, it happens to everyone eventually. Come on,
This is literally the movie. It's just so amazing. Unreal Engine 5 and the graphics for Kingdom Hearts 4 is fantastic.
Look
Literally
at
the movie,
this.
dude.
Look at everything.
Oh my god. This is so beautiful. Kingdom, oh my god, Kingdom Hearts is the Heartless showing up is so funny. Oh my god, the dandelions! Oh my god! Oh my Strelitzia! I'm freaking out!
I love that she's freaking out.
Strelitzia! Dandelions dispatch, interesting.
Saving a cat.
Okay, saving civilians. Oh my god!
So Volley is a ninja type keyblade wielder. It hasn't sunken in quite yet, but I think it's pretty sick.
Was his name Valis?
Volley.
Oh my god, Kingdom Hearts, the Keyblade, the color Keyblade is so good.
Yeah, like the World Keyblade
Oh, the gameplay
being
is so
received this
interesting.
early
Oh my god, it's so cute!
is sick.
This is a lot of new information. I bet I'll find a clue to saving Sora now.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that?
me watching this now with Audrey for makes me realize this same thing happened to Sora when we go into the 100 Acre Woods. So you're telling me that in this specific instance, there are other books with as much power as the 100 Acre Woods to have worlds within its pages and quite literally entrap you within the world of the book, to where it's kind of like the idea of like you are a traveler because of the books you read.
Oh, Mickey! Oh my god! That's so cute! Oh my god! That is adorable! Whoa!
That's
Disappear above. Is this where they always end up?
Oh my god, that was so cool!
Sora isn't here.
Oh my god, you play a Donald?
yeah.
That's crazy!
I will never heal you if I play Donald, just to keep with the canonicity of the Donald AI.
You play a Donald? And Goofy! Wait! They're not just back up? What? Oh my god.
Sora, is something wrong?
What can you see? Sora, hey!
Oh my god, they come to Coco World! Oh, this is so cute!
Here's a surprise.
Master of Masters.
For an old
No, it's Luzu. But it's crazy to see that Luzu is still trying to keep himself hidden, though. Because what's the point of him keeping himself hidden? At that point, is Luzu the Master of Masters? Or is Luzu becoming the Master of Masters?
Xehanort. Oh my god, he's so hot! Oh my god, Sigurd.
That is pretty sick, though, the fact that I love that we have Audrey's reaction to it, and the fact that, like, I'm now noticing, like, more details the more I'm watching it, which in itself is pretty cool. I'm not sure if we're able to find any more from... I'm not sure if we can find anything else. Wait. I just realized something. Haley Joel Osment, 6th. He is that kid? It never occurred to me. Joanna, have you seen The Sixth Sense before?
No, I haven't actually.
Okay, because I'm just realizing Mr. Voice Actor for Sora for Kingdom Hearts is the kid from The Sixth Sense.
Oh, cool.
He's not much older than us. That's really sick. He's our age group. We're getting old.
Hey.
He was also in Forrest Gump as well, and Happy Gilmore. That's pretty sick. Oh, that's pretty sick. I just like had the realization that, like, wait a second, that baby face. I remember that baby face from somewhere, from a meme. I see it in the meme of, like, I see dead people. Do you think he's faking it though?
Sigurd!
Anyways, let's check out what Genki has to say, because does he have anything else? Oh, nice. 25th anniversary. It's having a pop-up in Tokyo. That's pretty sick. Oh, that's right. We have like a month before the Tokyo Game Show. I will lose so much sleep. But that's incredibly okay. Does he have anything on it? Number 2. I found out to be number 3, actually, so that's old news. Bathroom. Yeah, the Sora in Fortnite is gonna be a whole thing. There's Spyro, Blanca. Hold on, let me just check this out. Can I name everybody? There's we already have the dude with Mega Man arm. We have Tails. Is Tails gonna be like a parachute? That's interesting. We have Shadow. We have Geralt. We have Blanca, Pac-Man, Mega Man. That's really sick. There's Lara Croft. There's Crash. There's Spyro. There's Ryu. There's Rush. There's Sonic. There's Master Chief. There's the dude from Peak. There is... I think that's from Honkai Star Rail. There's also Eggman. Sora. That is pretty sick. Okay, Final Fantasy display featuring our girl Tifa. That's pretty sick. There was an idea. Okay, that's an okay. Let's check this out. Okay, let's check this out. Tetsuya Nomura said that there was an idea for a unique themed world that they weren't able to realize in 3, but they would in 4. Imagine something new based on solely a certain type of concept. Imagining something new is something that is very fun and enjoyable. And it is also in some ways less daunting because there is no expectation of having to replicate something exactly how it is. There was a concept that we had since K3 and we've been working on the plan, but it was quite difficult to realize. So, it's been evolved and will appear in Kingdom Hearts 4. Please look forward to see what kind of world it would be. It's pretty amazing, at least from our perspective. Please look forward to it. Because what I'm thinking about is like the concept of Quadranum is very imaginative too. Because like Quadranum is a place that has no references, other than like Tokyo itself, right? So that's pretty cool. But let's see. Let me see what else people have in mind. Cars. Kingdom Hearts 3, but cars. God, let this be a thing, because it'd be so funny to be in cars. Imagine Life is the Highway by Rascal Flatts, but you're a car, and you have a stupid keyblade on the front of your bumper. That's pretty sick. Question was about creating unique Disney worlds that aren't directly represented in films such as Disney Town. Makes it easier to come up with ways to play and new mechanics and narratives too, so the very versatile approach with many advantages. Okay, because we do have the video for the deep dive queued up, so we'll be looking at that very shortly. That would be so. this would be so fucking funny. Reading comprehension in the gutter. Your gotcha moment means so much to you that I can tell you. Have no friends in real. Oh, you bish. I'm into this. If you can put a Kingdom Hearts Sora as a car. That's pretty sick. Yeah, I hope for it too, yeah. Anything else before? Okay, cool. Disney announced Kingdom Hearts animated series at D3 Expo. Disney reveals plans for an original animated series based on Kingdom Hearts video game franchise, set to premiere soon on Disney Channel and Disney Plus. Tetsuya Nomura from Square Enix confirmed his involvement with the character design, described it as a fresh story that explains the universe and celebrates its characters. Yeah, because I don't think we hear much news. I think in my own deep dive, we don't actually see much news regarding the what's the word? Upperclassmen. Let me check. Hold on. Have we? Do we know a lot about the upperclassmen from Union Cross? According to the internet, we have a fair amount of knowledge about the main Dandelion Union leaders. Certain, though significant mysteries remain regarding the complete origin and their ultimate fates. Because we know some of them become Ventus and yeah, it's allegedly Master Xehanort is a descendant of Ephemer. We don't know the resolutions of Brain or Skuld. Futuristic Scarlet Kylum, that could be Quadratum. Ventus was shot into Birth by Sleep. Yeah. Larium and Strezia was originally okay. Strezia was originally chosen as the leader, but was ambushed and eliminated by darkness. Her brother took her rulebook and his place among the leaders, later searching for her alongside his companions, Elrena. So, Larium. Okay. Yeah, so we have a few handful of characters, but there is a lot of, because we still need to know where the human forms of the original Organization 13 came from. That could be a thing. But anyways, let's see. The announcement came alongside Kingdom Hearts 4's trailer confirming late 2027. Coco inspired. Again, that's gotta be pretty sick. Yeah, first look at Disney Anna and Elsa from Kingdom Hearts. From Frozen 3. Yeah, so we don't have any like concrete details quite yet, but all we know is it's a completely new story. There are other Keyblade wielders that we don't know about. Like we don't know the origins. Let me look up the. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then let's figure this out. All the Organization 13 members. Let's see. Let me check this out first. So we know Vexen as Evan. We know Ixa as. Here's the thing. I'm gonna just use this for example, because as far as we know Zigbar is actually Lushu. We know the human identities of Axel, of Exasius, Zaldin, Zexion, Larcene. We know everybody so far, but we don't know the human person of Luxord's original person. We don't know Demex's human person. That's the craziest thing. Cause let me look up like the video. What is it? Should be this one, right?
One thing I care about. I don't require humanity. I want to be, which is admittedly almost never.
Capable or likable or attractive. A cereal bowl would make a better vessel.
That's rough, Dempsey.
What?
Human.
What excellent tidings. I would hate to think we invited you back into our ranks, only for you to fail to deliver our final...
So why are you back?
Nice way to greet your old partner in crime. So, why do you think the old geezer took us back?
Yeah,
He must
Marluxia
know we
and
backstabbed
Lazine.
the organization when Xemnas was running it.
Essence.
To be smart.
But you, huh?
Planning to use
More real.
the real crap claims.
That were
Darknesses, then they will panic. And panic leads to
why is this thing
members of the original organization.
Hey now, pointing is rude.
The first
Okay, so yeah, so here's the thing. Here's the cutscene that never got resolved, I believe.
6 members of the original organization were all apprentices to Ansem the Wise, and the 7th and 8th members joined thereafter. The 13th member was Roxas, a Keyblade wielder. So, what about you? How do you suppose I chose numbers 9 through 12?
because our hearts are uber powerful.
Wrong. You have been brought together for another purpose.
What? So that we can rot away on the bottom rung?
And like Luxor too, yeah. 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah. 4 members.
Ugh, you're in 2? What is this, organization rehash?
I happen to play an important role. No one benched me.
You were listening? So not cool.
One must hold one's cards as long as necessary.
What important role? That stupid box that Zigbar claims is real, but won't tell us a thing about?
You'll just have to ask Zigbar that. Now then, Xemnas. What is this purpose? You didn't invite us back for old time's sake.
You 4 are going to reveal your greatest secret.
The great...
ancient Keyblade legacy that slumbers within you. Huh? Legacy that slumbers within you. Huh?
But that's the thing, though. We don't know... Yeah, because we have Luxor, we have Dempsey. So there's a good chance the show could follow Dempsey, Luxord, Larcene, and Marluxia. That's the thing. Let's ask a question. Let me just do this. Who's the human form of Demix? Yeah, because Demix's true identity still remains to be a mystery. Or, Luxord. Luxord's, Luxord's original human form, his somebody is not revealed yet or named by Square Enix. Yeah. Xemnas implies that Luxor, Dempsey, Marluxia, and Larcene was chosen for the organization because of connection to an ancient Keyblade legacy from the Age of Fairy Tales. That's the thing. So, could that be... There's a chance. Let me blow myself up. There's a chance that it could be related to the Shadows. Besides you, there are 5 other individual Shadows with you. So the anime series could deal with the Shadows themselves. But also, do we... Let me actually... Do we have any hints towards the somebody's buddies of Dempsey and Luxord? We know Marluxia and Larcene are originally UX Union Cross Dark Road characters. Yeah, because there's a good chance that this show could like deep dive into this as well. I really hope that it's this and not a show about Helgi. I mean, I don't even know who Helgi is, so it's nice to see. I'd like to know what like the connections are though, because the show is supposed to be connected for a specific reason, for the grand scheme that is Kingdom Hearts. Listening Luxu multiple identities sounds interesting. Yeah, I would love to see what could have been in Missing Link, considering it still has connections with the whole saga in general. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, there's a whole thing with Sigurd's involvement with the Dandelions, because my understanding is Missing Link is a game about a character within the Dandelions organization, right? And so it's incredibly wild to then try to figure out from there what was Sigurd's part and how we get to Kingdom Hearts 4 based on the information of Missing Link that never gets to be established. Let's see what else. But some time ago, I had to cast my old form away. Been through plenty more semblances since, but it's still me underneath it all. So there's a really good chance that if this becomes a Luxu show, that'd be pretty cool. Because even right now, we don't have the connection. We don't have the connecting tissue between the endings of Union Cross to Birth by Sleep, because Birth by Sleep is the first instance of seeing the Xigbar persona that got then transformed into an organization member, died, and then is appearing in front of everybody after the events of Kingdom Hearts 3, because this entire scene is from the events of like the secret ending of, or like the ending post-credit scene of Kingdom Hearts 3. If it's an anthology series, that'd be pretty fun. Do we have one more thing? Oh. No. But we do want... But, like, there's a lot to consider, yeah. There is a lot to consider. And I'm very happy to see what can happen. Because I'm incredibly excited to see where we go from here. Because, as a franchise, it's incredible to see where we go. Because I do want to know a lot more about the other members. Because the next other question to ask is, where did the other members of the Founders go since the end of the Keyblade War? because we have Keyblade War, everything falls to tits, and then the next instance we see the founding members, we see them at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. So I would like for them to explore, because like, were they? Let me look it up. Hearts, were the founders sealed away since the end of Union Cross? Because all of them couldn't have perished because they arrived together. The foretellers were not explicitly shown to be sealed away in a container or specific dimension since Union Cross. They vanished or perished during the original Keyblade War and remained outside the flow of regular time, essentially unconscious or existing out of history until Lushu officially summoned them back to the graveyard, which is really interesting because, like, I'm reading a thread. The vanishing after the fracture and infight of the unions during the Keyblade War, the foretellers, Ace, Envy, I don't know their name. Four of the foretellers disappeared from the Age of Fairy Tales. They weren't actively hiding in a known world. Dialogue and reports imply they were meant to awaken or return when a specific future timeline was met. Yeah, Ava is still unaccounted for because there could be a chance. Yeah, because like during the events of the trailer, during the trailer before this trailer, we had Ava, we had the voice of Ava speaking through a cloak, looking down at a dark side materializing. That in itself is pretty cool. Because we last see Ava talking to somebody where she was discussing the idea that the world that they're in never knew the concepts of manifested darknesses and light until they came into it. And then that's how the birth of the dandelions came to be, was to be a countermeasure of a concept that they introduced to the world. It's like the idea, like, what if there was a world that never knew the concept? It's like what happened back in the colonial days, where, right, they never had the concept of a certain disease until invaders came in. And when invaders came in, the plague happened, and then eventually that society evolved to deal with it. That's how it starts, right? That might be the same crackpot theory I'm having, but I don't know. But we're gonna look at a different video as a break. But yeah, I'm really excited to see if they touch on anything regarding the foretellers, regarding Ava, and any of the accessories associated. Is there anything more that I can check out before checking out? Because I do want to check out because like Asmongold has been pretty what's Mori doing? What's Mori? Please be okay, Mori. Okay, Mori is a 5-star character, and I did in fact play a lot of volleyball in school, so I thought I'd play some volleyball with the guys in Hollow Eye of Dreams. That's pretty sick. Mori. Let's screen this just in case there's something glued inside of this. Mori Calliope, Nightbreak brings me back to life. That's pretty sick. What did Otto sing? What did Otto sing? What did she sing at Summer Sonic? Oh, the fact that she'll sing Vibranium? Oh, that's pretty sick. Ado will be appearing as a headliner. I want to hear it. I can't hear it. That's okay. Nope. Sorry. But anyways, let's listen to some bad news before we get some good news, right? You know what? Let's do one more YouTube. Let's do one more Kingdom Hearts thing before we check on some bad news. Hold on. Sorry. Let's check out some. Okay, let's go ahead and let's turn off that first, but also check out some Kingdom Hearts analysis from the Gamers Joint. Pretty excited.
So, the Kingdom Hearts Deep Dive panel has provided us with yet another Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer, this time a 4-minute extended version of yesterday's Disney Showcase trailer. There are a lot more cutscenes and also gameplay sections, though this trailer is certainly very cutscene heavy. Some brand new things have been revealed to us, like Riku, new playable character segments for Mickey, and even Donald and Goofy. There's a lot of new stuff to sift through in this trailer. Now, the way this analysis is going to work is I'm only going to be talking about the new stuff a part of the extended version, so if you haven't already, be sure to check out.
Yeah, because this is the same approach that I'm. Why is Vali prepared to attack? What is he trying to attack? Like, what is this boy a guard dogging for? I know Serezia is a very protected character because Marluxia's looking for his kid sister, but also, what are you trying to protect? Anyways, there was a leaked trailer of Spider-Man Across the Beyond the Spider-Verse. I wanted to react to it, but I would rather react to it when it's officially on YouTube, and then to go from there kindly.
Out my very first analysis that covers most of the Coco stuff. We may as well start off with all of the Coco stuff that's included in the extended version. It's more or less the same clips that we got to see in the 1-minute 30-second version of the trailer, just a few extended scenes. I really need to mention the visuals of Kingdom Hearts 4. This is Square Enix's very first
which is pretty sick
5 game, and my god, if we're
this is the first one?
Comparing Kingdom Hearts 3, which is already a fantastic looking stylized UE4 game, the visual fidelity has absolutely been up here. Coco's a really great example of this. It's just insane how close
it is. An incredibly big world, and all the minute details you see here, and then some of the people here, there, here, where. It's pretty sick.
This get to the actual film itself, the world is so vibrant, so colorful.
It's pretty
What I'm
close.
really noticing here is stuff like texture work and lighting has been absolutely improved compared to Kingdom Hearts 3. All of the cutscenes we see throughout this trailer are all running in-engine in real time, which is ridiculous. The visual fidelity of Kingdom Hearts 4 is jaw-dropping. The game is also being played at a smooth 60 frames per second, and I have to imagine
that's pretty good. 60
recorded on the PC version, because resolution-wise, it's also running at 4K. This is kind of.
I do find it interesting that the UI over, like, from the when it comes to the minimap, to the character designs here, to the commands over here, it is ripped. It appears to be simply ripped from the original game, from the original Kingdom Hearts 3 game. Like, it feels like it's ripped from there. But also, it's kind of like the idea of, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But noticing the UI has not changed tells me that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this is a great representation.
Ridiculous. Only because if we look at Coco, the surrounding buildings off in the distance, the buildings that are all stacked on top of each other, appear to be proper 3D models. At least looking at the ones that are close to the playable space, you will notice a 2D background that is applied beyond those 3D models.
Okay.
We get to see a slightly extended version of what we believe to be a Coco boss here, where Sora can switch rails by, I'm assuming, pressing one of the trigger buttons. It also looks like you have to dodge fireballs that are being shot by this enemy as well.
Yeah, it looks like a segment. Hector, what are you doing? Get your head back on. That looks to be almost like a segment to where you have to like slowly bide your time as the Keyblade drags you close enough for a hit. So it may be 3 instances where you have to be like enduring enough and then smack them.
Got to see a longer version of the team-up attack between Sora and Hector, known as Magica Pinata. It sends out multiple blasts, throwing in
Magica Pinata?
and eventually summoning a Heart Pinata that Sora breaks open with a bunch of jewels that dish out a bunch of damage. Something I am noticing with Kingdom Hearts 4 is it looks like for some of the battle scenarios, you've actually got NPCs standing around spectating the fight unfold, because not only do we see it here in Coco with citizens of the Land of the Dead watching this fight unravel, but this also appeared in the June trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4, where citizens of Quadratum will actually watch Sora fighting the Heartless. Definitely a new thing for Kingdom Hearts. So the very first thing...
What I'm understanding from that in itself is it's twofold, to where people are witnessing something for the first time. That could be a definitely thing to where people in Quadratum and people in the other scene, they're witnessing a thing that's never happened in their world before. So either they're cheering on the heroes, much like how friends are my power, but also the idea that for this instance, this meter is, I wonder if for Coco specifically, this is meant to be a performance. This scene is supposed to be a performance that Sora has to do along with Miguel, and then once that meter is complete, the mini game is complete
do we see
as
it
well.
here in Coco with citizens of the Land of the Dead watching this fight.
And they're watching the fight. I'm thinking because it's like a scene in it. It's a show in itself.
Unravel. But this also appeared in the June trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4, where citizens of Quadratum will actually watch Sora fighting the Heartless. Definitely a new thing for Kingdom Hearts. So the very first thing we get to see is the Master of Masters standing in a grassy field with...
I don't even know if it's Master of Masters for sure, because again, like everybody's cloaked figure for sure, right? But I can't confidently say it's the Master of Masters until you actually have him start talking. Much like how in the previous trailer, with specifically Quadratum in its clip, we don't know if it's Master of Masters until they start talking, because in that last trailer, all we saw is a person wearing a cloak, and then we hear the person talking, and it wasn't the Master of Masters, it was Ava. We were confident that Ava is speaking in that hood, but we don't know the face of Ava.
With Sora looking out over Quadratum, we'll also notice that there are dandelions floating by. Now, I believe that this is actually a CG cutscene, as the fidelity of this seems to be just a little bit beyond what we're seeing in the real-time cutscenes. I might be wrong about this, but there is a chance that this could potentially be our very first look at the Kingdom Hearts 4 opening. However, this shot of the Master of Masters probably seems familiar. This is a redone shot of the very same scene we got to see at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts Key back cover. And with the dandelion floating by Sora, this is some really great symbolism to say that, hey, a lot of what's going to happen in Kingdom Hearts 4's story will directly relate to the origin of Kingdom Hearts looking at the Key era. The more that we get to see of Kingdom Hearts 4 and its story, the more it becomes apparent that yes, the mobile games are absolutely important to the Lost Master saga.
Yeah, because we don't know if the Master of Masters is the person who went through back in time, because all we know is that the Master of Masters knows the event of the future because his eye is on the Keyblade that has traveled through time. So he can only ever speculate a reasonable future that has happened based on what the Keyblade has seen.
This shot of Quadratum with Sora and Strelitzia standing on, I believe, the Shibuya Hikari in the Shibuya area of Tokyo, or Quadratum, is breathtaking. But again, I am led to believe that this is a CG cutscene. I don't believe they've constructed something as expansive with this level of visual fidelity in engine. I believe it was mentioned by Tai Yasue at the Deep Dive panel, though, that Quadratum is the largest playable space that the team have constructed for a Kingdom Hearts game. So even if this isn't the actual Quadratum constructed in a playable space, we still know that this world world is going to be fairly large. Speaking of the dandelions, Sora and Strelitzia standing in Quadratum, where he mentions that someone is apparently asking for Dandelion Dispatch. I wonder if that is the group that Sora's a part of in Quadratum, looking at Strelitzia, Sigurd, and Vali, the team of Keyblade wielders that helps out with the darkness arriving in Quadratum. It also looks like smartphones are going to be used yet again. Sora's got a brand new one. No longer does he have a gummy phone, but something that resembles a more modern-looking smartphone. And
I would love to have that phone case, by the way. If it's possible to make merchandise to sell, to like advertise Kingdom Hearts, I want to buy that phone case. That phone case looks sick.
I love how the camera is in the shape of a Mickey symbol. There's also a charm attached to it, and I'm pretty sure it's meant to be a silhouette of Jiminy Cricket, which is a nice little nod to how the gummy phone in Kingdom Hearts 3 acted as Jiminy's journal. I have to imagine that similar to Kingdom Hearts 3, the phone will be incorporated into actual gameplay, looking at a potential photo mode. I also wonder if it can be used to communicate with other Keyblade wielders in Quadratum to perhaps ask for their assistance. We then see Sora and Strelitzia.
I wonder if there's also a chance, like, because magic can magic, what if they will have just upgrade phones to like maybe across worlds? Hard to say. It's almost impossible to know that because we haven't had communication between worlds quite yet. But
witnessing some infantry ships flying into Quadratum, no doubt to help out with the current invasion of the Heartless.
But it's also a
these
dark
were
side.
Tucked away in the very first Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer that we got this year, but we've got a better look at them here. They are incredibly reminiscent of the assault crafts that appear in
yeah, that's what I mentioned.
15. Again, this is another strong connection to both 15 and Versus 13, with Nomura reincorporating a lot of the ideas that he originally had with Versus 13 for Kingdom Hearts 4. Because later on in the trailer, we then see some soldiers that are clearly a part of this organization, which again look incredibly similar to the Niflheim Magitech infantry from Final Fantasy 15, and that also appeared during Versus 13 trailers. We're pretty sure that Luxord is some type of a commander or sergeant for this military organization, as it looks like a possible emblem for this military group could be that of a phoenix, where it looks like the same emblem might be present on the soldiers' shields. So again, just like the two.
But that's also another thing too, to where like, if Xemnas and Xehanort recruited Luxord alongside Demyx, Marluxia, and Larcene, he recruited them for their knowledge of the Age of Fairy Tale. What is Luxord's position prior to Quadratum then? Because he could have been one of the upperclassmen that we might see in a film. Hard to say, but there's a big question to figure out. What is the official role from Demyx's in Luxord, though?
Previous trailers we got for Kingdom Hearts 4, this one here is focusing in on the invasion of Quadratum. And it looks like there are going to be three groups a part of this conflict. The Dandelion group, which involves Sora, we've got the military organization, and the Heartless. We still haven't seen much of the foretellers, who don't really know what they're doing, as we saw in the previous trailer from June. It seems like they're just kind of...
Yeah, because Ava is discussing the idea that they never knew the concepts of Manifest of Light and Darkness until they came into the world, and now it's been years since they introduced it, so they are acting as the white blood cells to invasive species.
Watching this entire event unfold from the sidelines. We get to see even more destruction of Quadratum, with the Darkside Heartless shooting forth 3 orbs of darkness into the surrounding buildings. Sora and the gang are doing their absolute best to help the city out, and even the citizens. We see a shot here of Sora jumping out of a bus that's about to get destroyed, holding a lady who is holding her cat. Definitely getting a certain level of like superhero vibes coming from Sora, and also just the general cutscene direction for the cutscenes of Kingdom Hearts 4 seem so much better than what we got to witness in Kingdom Hearts 3. It really does look like the animation work for cutscenes has been improved so much. I guess this also helps.
Wait, I'm looking at the makeup on his hands, and it almost looks like there is a good chance that if his attire was masked thanks to the Keyblade or because of Miguel helping him paint himself. Hard to say.
With the fact that Sora is in more of a realistic world. His movements and everything just look so much more, I guess, human.
But looking at this right now, it's really interesting to see to where it's interesting to see, is there a chance that he's calling upon the world's Keyblade based on the way he's positioning himself in a way to where he's like trying to be in tune, much like in tune with like the rhythms of the world. As a Keyblade wielder, he's technically responsible with the responsibility to protect Israel too, so he's calling out to power.
World. His movements and everything just looks so much more, I guess, human and realistic. Remember that Kingdom Hearts 3 was the very first time that Osaka team had developed a video game using Unreal Engine. And now that they have all of that experience and expertise from developing Kingdom Hearts 3, it means that whatever we get to see in Kingdom Hearts 4, in my opinion, will end up being improved tenfold, whether it is things like cutscene direction or gameplay. Personally, I think this is one of the most exciting aspects of Kingdom Hearts 4. I also want to point out how the Quadratum Heartless appear. They sort of materialize out of a bunch of particles, very different to how a regular shadow, for instance, would appear from the ground.
That is
also
unique.
Seem to have a weird type of effect on the environment where it almost looks like the physical environment is becoming fragmented. Now we get to talk.
My understanding of like that fragmentation is the idea. I think I said this earlier in the stream, but for the first time in this video, I mentioned how there is a potential chance that the way that I'm thinking Sora is in the data version of Quadratum. I'm really thinking that Sora is in data Quadratum, much like how Ephemer stayed in a different data version of Skylat Kylum. Sora found himself into the data world of Quadratum.
Talk about the real
and all the Heartlesses that are like coming in, they're corrupting material in order to materialize into the world.
Cool stuff. First up is the playable Mickey segment, and this just looks so good. We've been needing something like this for Kingdom Hearts, so just like we were theorizing, the Mickey sections for Kingdom Hearts 4 will be very much puzzle orientated, something we've desperately needed to sort of switch up the gameplay of Kingdom Hearts for an incredibly long time. In Skylar Kylum, Mickey is able to quite literally jump inside of books. I love how these spaces look. They're all constructed as if they are origami, and we can see that the floors and the walls, all of the pieces of paper and pages have the ancient Skylar and Kylum Keyblade language plastered across them. These Mickey sections have a few interesting mechanics, like Mickey being able to use magic on a pin to construct a bridge. 2D sections where Mickey can summon a paper cutout of himself, which is very reminiscent of something like Super Mario Odyssey's 2D sections, or Zelda A Link Between Worlds 2D sections. It's pretty obvious where they got the inspiration for this from. Or being able to construct a massive Mickey paper mache or origami to destroy obstacles in the environment. Things like the 2D paper cutout or the giant Mickey origami seem to be usable items. As we can notice down by Mickey's HUD, we can see that Mickey currently has 2 of the paper cutouts that he can use, along with another one, a blue thing. That
it looks like a finite resource.
So I'm assuming that these are things that you'll pick.
Yeah, it looks like a finite resource to explore the puzzle of the world.
Up in the spaces, and that you can kind of keep on stock to use at certain points throughout this level. At any point using these gimmicks, you are able to return to playing as Mickey, so you can cancel out of the giant paper mache or 2D cutout whenever you like. These gimmicks are controlled independently to Mickey. I believe we're actually witnessing 2 different book levels for the Mickey section here in the trailer, as in this footage we've got to collect 5 books, I guess, in order to complete the stage.
5 books or 5 pages.
We have to collect 3 books, so it looks like you'll jump into multiple books in the Skylar Kylum library. I do wonder if the majority of the Mickey section takes place within just the library, and that most of this gameplay consists of these puzzle-solving sections inside of books. I also wonder too if there is going to be any type of combat involved with Mickey's gameplay as well. We can see that for the command menu, which is a very small one, he does have the attack option, but whether or not this is just to simply sort of interact with things in the environment, or if it actually does involve combat, maybe with Heartless, who knows? It'd be sort of cool if there were some Heartless that do appear in this book.
Egg.
You're a beautiful egg.
I'm an egg.
You're a beautiful egg.
My curdles are in my heart.
Yes, they are.
I was like,
what time is? Oh yeah! Oh my God! It's 7 o'clock already. But hey, have you had a good day so far?
I did have a good day. Well, I mean, I did have a good day. It's not so far. I did have a good day.
I mean, the day's not over till you're flat.
I mean, I'm about to be flat.
You're about to be, so has it been fun?
Yes,
that's good to hear.
Been a good time.
Did you eat anything?
I ate my strawberries.
Anything else you want to eat, like a chicken quesadilla or whatever?
Are you able to make it for me?
I can make it soon. Okay.
I'd like to. I'm gonna go flat on the bed though.
Okay. Would you like me to put some kale in it? Okay. Cool.
And you can use some of the gimmicks in a combat sense, like the giant paper Mickey origami thing. Beautiful looking command menu for Mickey's sections as well. It's clearly themed around the Scarlet Kylan library. There's even a hidden Mickey a part of this as well, looking nice. However, easily my favorite part.
My understanding of the segment with Mickey is the idea that he is, because again, like I mentioned before in a previous video, in a previous segment of the stream, but after the events of Memory of Melody, which is a Kyrie rhythm game, what Mickey's current objective, as far as we know, is that is his job to go with Scarlet Kylan and research on how to get Sora. So that's his entire job right now, as far as we know, is that his job is to go to Scarlet Kylan, do some research, and we don't know if he's a part of any final fight quite yet until we see clips.
Of this trailer was the reveal that both Donald and Goofy are going to be playable characters in Kingdom Hearts 4. This is something we've waited for an incredibly long time, although we got to play as both of these characters in days, technically, via mission mode. They've never been directly playable in the story of any Kingdom
I don't remember
Hearts game.
days.
All of this gameplay is taking place in the Underworld, so yes, it's actually going to be a playable world. Olympus.
I would argue that they're only fighting right here because Hades is that kind of guy to say, hey, I will answer your questions, but survive my gauntlet to prove or be entertainment to me.
Is returning for the 46th time. We've got a gameplay section where Donald and Goofy have to slide down a cliff dodging lava. Also, and this is important, they have kept the themed command menu for the Underworld here very reminiscent of KH2's. The only
That's
thing we are
pretty
missing, though,
sick.
is the hidden Mickeys that appear in the little fire effect. The only command on the command menu here for this slide section is attack, so it looks like perhaps you can attack while you're sliding, but interestingly, there's a little down arrow, which isn't present for the next gameplay scene where they're actually engaging in combat, so I wonder what that means. But yeah, there's actual combat encounters with these two characters where it
I would argue that button is their method of interacting with the world. That's simply just it.
looks like you can switch between both of them in real time on the fly. You'll notice that there is a little button press prompt here on the heads-up display. And we're witnessing a full-blown combo here for Donald, where he sends out a few magic projectiles, with the finisher being this massive star explosion. The flow of how he operates with his combo looks quite reminiscent of something like double arrow guns from Kingdom Hearts.
I was thinking of Wisdom mode from Kingdom Hearts 2.
3. Obviously, he is magic and ranged based. Looking at the command menu, we can select magic for Donald, so no doubt he'll be able to perform the typical magics like fire, blizzard, thunder, and there's also a combat style down the bottom. This is also selectable for Goofy's command menu as well, so I have to wonder if this maybe changes the behavior of how they perform for their base moveset. For Goofy, instead of magic, he has a skills option, so I have to imagine he can activate some of his iconic moves like Goofy Tornado or Goofy Turbo. To use these special skill attacks, you'll use MP, but Goofy's MP is known as SP, which I'm guessing stands for skill points. And just like Donald, he's got his own performable base combo. Again, it's just crazy to see both of these characters with proper functional combos and a base moveset, because we've only really ever witnessed these characters pulling off like a simple smack and then their special abilities. It looks like there is a team attack between both Donald and Goofy, where they jump on Goofy's shield and perform like an ultra tornado of
That's
sorts.
pretty
They can also
sick.
perform a fusion jump, whatever that means, and perform the finisher when they're ready to do so. This is yet again happening in the Underworld, where they have to defeat 3 waves of Heartless, and we can also see that Hades is sitting on his throne in the background. So this tells us that while, yes, they are currently in Olympus to seek Hades' help, he does still sort of play the villain role.
Yeah,
He
maybe.
isn't necessarily now just a good guy who's willing to help both Donald and Goofy.
He's not a
Clearly,
good guy. He just he
tests them in
wants
this situation.
something
You'll
for
notice, though,
himself.
at some point throughout this combat encounter, he ends up leaving his chair. I wonder if he ends up involving himself in the fight at some point. What's even crazier about
I
Donald
hope
and
not.
Goofy, though, is they appear in the Coco world. This is their designs for the Land of the Dead. Now, we were under the assumption that Sora is purely a solo agent throughout Kingdom Hearts 4, no longer are Donald and Goofy party members, and the gameplay footage of Sora in Coco confirms this, with only Hector and Miguel as party members. But somehow, Donald and Goofy managed to make their way to this world as well, so perhaps at some point, they managed to reach Sora via Coco. Due to the unique nature of the Land of the Dead, perhaps this is one of the very only worlds that Sora visits in Kingdom Hearts 4, where he can come in contact with Donald and Goofy, who are currently
There
on
could
the
be a
other
good
side
chance,
of
yeah.
reality. It's still unknown how Disney worlds even work within unreality. Maybe the worlds that Sora visits throughout Kingdom Hearts 4 do act as a sort of bridge between both reality and unreality. And rather than Donald and Goofy actually crossing paths with Sora, it could be a setup similar to the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1 in Traverse Town, where we might get the odd cutscene showing us Donald and Goofy actively searching for Sora, but they never actually cross paths. This is a really great scene though, because it confirms
That could
to us
be.
that
I
both
would
Donald
like
and
that.
Goofy
I would really
still
like
have
that. I
a
didn't think
major
about that.
involvement in Kingdom Hearts 4 to the extent of actually visiting the worlds, or world, Coco so far, that Sora is currently visiting. We got our very first cutscene of...
And plus, at the same time, we don't even know for a fact. We don't know for a fact if Sora is going to be in Quadratum in the beginning of the game or the end of the game. Or in the middle. We don't know the placement of Quadratum, and we don't know the placement of Coco as well. So it will be exciting to see like how they shuffle the order of operations within the game's like time.
Lushu encountering Xehanort, mentioning that he looks pretty good for an old coot. Personally, this is a dynamic that I'm really interested to see more of, only because we know that Xigbar was Xehanort's right-hand man for a very long time. Now that the tables have turned and Xigbar is able to put on display his true nature, I'm sure there's quite a few things he's always wanted to say to Xehanort that he finally can say in Kingdom Hearts 4. Also, again, the visuals here look stunning. The lighting, we can also see the water drop sort of shader that is applied to the coat of Xigbar. It looks stunning. This cutscene is actually happening in Miyashita Park, which is the location that Tetsuya Nomura first drew Kingdom Hearts 4 Xehanort for the Dark Road art. The final scene here is an extended version of Sora, Sigurd, and Strelitzia facing off against the three dark sides. But what's really cool about this is we get our first look at Riku in Kingdom Hearts 4. Clearly
the entire panel, very loud. And I think like with the deep dive like propped up in my queue, we will see that as well.
Group are in a bit of trouble, but suddenly Sora witnesses a...
Because I think Strelitzia still can't summon her Keyblade. That's why like her Keyblade is translucent, bluish like.
Massive glowing blue light, and out of that appears Riku. I think there's a good chance that this might confirm to us that the screenshot we saw last year of the Darkside Heartless here, with an orange light and a blue light kind of flying by it, could possibly indicate the blue light is Riku. The only thing is though, this screenshot looks like it's taking place when the very first Darkside Heartless appears, and it's also set during the day, whereas...
Yeah, because my understanding is like, what if they both Helldiver drop into the game, much like they did during Dream Drop Distance? That's a good theory.
Riku appearing is set at night. The other possibility is that these lights appearing during the first Darkside encounter could possibly be both Vali and maybe Sigurd. What's really interesting about this though is we initially had
I was talking about
the
this
Kingdom Hearts 3 secret movie that there were going to possibly be two versions of Quadratum. Sora's in one and Riku's in one. A very similar setup to how Dream Drop Distance.
That's what I mentioned
However,
too.
In this trailer, we clearly see that Sora is literally witnessing Riku arrive before his eyes, confirming to us that they are both in the very same Quadratum. We get to see a slight glance of his Kingdom Hearts 4 outfit. I am loving this design just based on the back that we're seeing.
It reminds the bracelet now just reminds me of Riku's original character design in the first game, where as a child, the child form would wear a yellow and blue shirts and bracelets. So he's wearing one of the bracelets.
Yeah, it's kind of more in line with the clothing style, I feel, of Kingdom Hearts 2 for the characters. I was absolutely not a fan of the character outfits in Kingdom Hearts 3, so it's kind of cool to know that Tetsuya Nomura is going back to the more streetwear style for character outfits in Kingdom Hearts 4. You'll notice that the pattern on his shirt here actually has some Mickey symbols on it.
I kind of want that shirt, no lie. That looks pretty
Riku.
sick.
But
I
Riku
want that
also has the crown
shirt.
symbol here as well. This is the very first time that Riku has ever represented the crown. As we know, this has always been an emblem or a symbol that's represented Sora. I do wonder though what Riku's objective will be once he's arrived in Quadratum. Will it be a scenario where he remains with Sora and goes with Sora to the various worlds we get to visit, so eventually he becomes a permanent party member? I know this is something a lot of us have wanted for a really long time. Or after him first arriving, he'll have his own objective where he kind of goes off for a little bit and then we'll cross paths with him again at a later point in the game. So that's a bit of a deep dive into the extended D23 trailer. Honestly, Kingdom Hearts 4 is looking unbelievably good. There is real potential that this game could end up being one of, if not the best Kingdom Hearts game. I am incredibly optimistic about this only because Osaka Team can take upon a lot of the feedback that was given towards Kingdom Hearts 3 and heavily apply it into the design of Kingdom Hearts 4. I still believe that Kingdom Hearts 2 reigns supreme, but I'm honestly crossing my fingers that Kingdom Hearts 4 can go above and beyond. This trailer was definitely cutscene heavy, like we still really haven't seen much gameplay of Sora.
And that's completely okay.
KH4's gameplay. I do hope that future trailers incorporate more Sora gameplay and kind of less story-related cutscenes. As we know, Kingdom Hearts 3 3 kind of showed us too much in the cutscene department. Either way though, I am so excited for this next coming year. The proper marketing cycle for this game will begin in 2027, so there are definitely exciting times on the horizon. However guys, thank you so much for tuning.
I'm definitely excited to see more about it though, because when it comes, let's do a like and a follow, like and a share, because I'll hold on, let me just share this real quick. But yeah, like the whole idea behind what's going on with Quadratum, with Hades, and now within Scala at Kylum, it's pretty sick. I am still pretty sad that we don't get a chance to really see what's happening. We don't know what happened with the missing links, but we do know that the whatever was on the cutting room floor is very important to what we will see later on. I'm really excited otherwise. I can't wait. But by the way, also follow Gamers Joints. I'm gonna put the link in the I'll put his link in the description below. And I'm really excited to see where we have for this game coming forward. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna make some food, some snacks, and then I'm gonna go from there. Hello. God. I had water. There it is. Wait, hold on. I'll be back. All right, let's see. Well, how bad's Ivan right now? Asmina said a lot of bad things. He's not. Wait, what? All right. Let's go ahead and see what Asmund has to say. Alright, let's see how bad this is. Because Asmund says... How bad is this? Asmongold believes that if you're a white man in America, there isn't a single system specifically designed to prioritize your interests. Now, there may or may not be some, like, truths to this instance, but let me see. Let's pick... hold on, let me see, hold on. Sorry. I'm recording at the same time as I'm streaming you guys, so just give me a second. With no specific take, it's... how do I say this? There's no good way to say this. Asmund believes that if you're a white man in America today, there isn't a single system especially designed to prioritize your interest. Now, with some grain of salt, let's try to figure this out. To where, what are things that I can think of that doesn't specifically align with the white man agenda, right? There is like, I don't even think LGBT, if you bring up LGBTQ, that's like its own thing. BLM is a thing. What are those kids talking about even? There's BLM, there's Black History Month. And to America's own credit, the reason why we have a lot of like, there are certain systems that aren't in the interest of white men is because these systems are supposed to balance what the white man has already done. Like, worst case scenario, there's a correlation between what they've done for slavery and what we're doing to in response to it. There's a whole thing to it. Oh god, how does he say it again?
You're a white man in America right now. There is not a single system that is designed with your best interest in mind. Every single system is either designed to give other people advantages or to disadvantage you. This is just the case. You're a white man.
Oh god. Let's check this out first. So like there are things like Black History Month. There is, hold on. Is there a month? What are the months or holidays celebrating cultures? There's Black History Month, Asian American. Okay. Let's check that out for now. Let's see. There's Black History Month, Asian American, American Islander, let's see, Hispanic Heritage Month. What else are there? April is okay, there's so much more. Black History Month, Women's History Month, but that still is white inclusive. April is Arabic American Heritage. June is Caribbean American Heritage, and apparently LGBT as well. How does the National Hispanic Heritage Month get two? Oh no, it gets 1 month. Never mind. November is Native American and Indigenous. But that's how does that quantify either too? Hold on to this. Let's American month. Caribbean American month. But Caribbean American, I don't know the actual ethnic group in that area, so it's hard to really like quickly say. There's also Hispanic Heritage Month. Hispanic Heritage Month. There's also Native American, Indigenous. But like even as I type that down for a month dedicated to the Native Americans and Indigenous, because the biggest problem with how one of the biggest problems with how Asbin has said that is that what is he considered white within the umbrella of white man in America? Let's see. What does white man in America cover? Because let's break this down to like, in the event that, what if he's talking about if you just happen to be white in an American state? There are Native Americans and indigenous people who can have that shade of color until you speak English, right? I don't know how much of the community within the Native American and indigenous population speaks American. See, I'm the problem. I don't know how much of this group strictly has the capacity to speak English, because Asbin's prompt believes white-skinned person who's speaking English. That's what I'm thinking he is saying in this statement, based on what's happening over here. Let's see. There's also Lunar New Year festival during January, February. There's the Holi holiday, which is the Hindu festival. St. Patrick's. Let me see. St. Patrick's Day for Irish heritage. Juneteenth commemorates the end of slavery. So the slavery, how does that span out? Because celebrates the end of slavery in the United States and American and African American freedom, which in itself still, that's another thing for Black Americans, African Americans. Diwali is the multi-day Hindu, Sikh and Jain festivals that some people celebrate here too. Dia de los Muertos is a Mexican holiday honoring the dinosaurs. Kwanzaa is for the African American heritage and community values. So there's quite a lot of like months and holidays that are for people that are non-white. That's what it is. But like, that's, again, please help me process this, because I understand that he says this because it's a truth that not a lot of people want to like point out, but it's also rough to where at the same time there's still like things to talk about that though. Like, it's rough. I hate that he's right to a certain degree. He's not 100% about this. because again, at the same time that there is not a lot of like thing at this, for as much as there are things that isn't designed to prioritize white people, the white person's interest, it doesn't help where at the same time all the cultures that I just said, all the people and all the culture that I talked about, people are often trained to act in a certain way, right? To where if if a black community hates the police, they hate the police because of a history of behaviors that gives them a perception. Okay, there's a pattern of behavior that has taught colored communities that cops are bad. Cops by themselves are not inherently bad. It's just the problem comes from a pattern of behavior that teaches people of color that police, and especially police that happen to be white, there's enough patterns of behavior that shows that they are dangerous. Like, shoot, even for me, like, even as someone who has lived here for the past 33 years, as an Asian American who has lived here for 33 years, when I came out of the womb with like a rice paddle and pencil, right? Ever since I came out with white bread and Wonder Bread, every time I see a police officer while I am driving on the road, I still freeze up, because that's a pattern of behavior that I've been taught to like be expected of, to where there's instances where people believe that police have to hit like a certain quota in terms of like arrests and so forth. They have to meet a certain quota of tickets. They have to meet a certain criteria of A, B, and C. There's also like a rule about shooting first and ask questions later, which is also a bad thing. And there isn't a better way to protect yourself if you are someone in law enforcement that enters a situation that you don't have all the information of, and your first priority and one of your main priorities is to be safe throughout that process. And it just kind of sucks. It sucks to be a colored American within America, and even though there's a pattern of behavior that shows white people tend to be scary, white people tend to be A, B, and C, it's rough. It's rough otherwise, right? I'm not trying to defend them. I'm trying to say that there is this statement, and there is a pattern of behavior that shows enough points on a graph to mean something to somebody. I can't make that decision. I can't make that definition for you, but this is incredibly rough, right? I still can't get an answer from anybody, and mind you, not just an X. So what's the original thing? So we just established there aren't they. So wait, hold on. Oh God, where's the original thing? There's a whole thread. God. Oh, okay. There's a thing too. This is the rabbit hole to where Dang is a new adult MA series. Live out their fun and messy dream in New York City until their worst nightmares come true. Their high-achieving sister Ruthie wants to hang out. Okay. Backtrack to where there's something weird about kids of wealthy Asian immigrants doing comedy about how hard it was to grow rich. Wait, what? But that's the craziest thing, because like there is a rabbit hole to the idea that there's a system that is suppressing. There's a system believing that there's a system to suppress white people, but at the same time, there is some crumb of truth to the show about 3 Asian American kids. And like they're not entirely like this is very what is the word? There's a false representation when this is being said. Because again, there are some Asian Americans that grew up wealthy. But there's also there's never a conversation about how the parents got there. Parents. There's a generation of parents who got to where they are financially because of the sacrifices that they made growing up in a disadvantaged situation, and they happen to make choices to put them in a place to where they make 6 figures, right? But that same time, you're telling me it's weird. They'd be like, it's hard to understand my identity while I'm very rich, comfortable, and being accepted by everybody. Oh god. So then it divulges to where, yeah, but they weren't white. Did you know, even if you're rich, successful, spoon-fed, and extremely privileged, none of it matters if you aren't white in America. Your life is difficult and you are oppressed, according to the Dems and our finest institutions ran by Dems. There's a kernel of truth to this one, because as an Asian American, we were always taught to be in a position where we have to be the model minority, to where as long as we behave well, as long as we keep our nose down, get the big grades, ace every test, go to college, get a degree as a nurse or a doctor or an engineer or somebody of a degree who can make 6 figures, we were taught at a very young age that as a model minority, you could not do anything wrong, and as long as you did not do anything wrong that's observed by the community, you're given the opportunity to get every chance that a white man can, right? We have to blend in as well as we could to look good as much as we can to be given an opportunity, right? So much so that there was a clip in Cut where I had to point out the fact that me growing up in the early 2000s, I was taught at a very young age to focus to all I had to do was get A's and do well in sports, and I should be fine. There was no room in that bubble outside of the idea of, hey, you're Asian, you must be smart, right? You're Asian, you must be good at piano, right? You're Asian, so you must be Chinese, right? There's a unspoken discussion where no matter what we do, we have to fulfill so many fetch quest tasks even before we get a chance to sit at the table, right? What is this social privilege? Basically, wait. Oh god, keep getting liver. Basically means having certain advantages in society because of things like your race, gender, wealth, family background, education, or social status. That doesn't mean bad things do not happen to you, and you don't matter. Everyone doesn't start at the same place. So we just established that they aren't discriminated by class. They get privileges like scholarships just for being Asian, and we just admitted that they aren't hated in America for being Asian. Yeah, there is a certain way to, like, it almost feels like we have to bleach our identity in order to be seen by a larger community as well, because I can definitely tell you that for as long as there's been slavery, everybody knows that there's a generational trauma that comes from being a black person in America, because your ancestors 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago were enslaved, and there's a certain pattern of behavior from the start of our nation until now where that is a problem, and everybody remembers it. Everybody is every dark person is very skeptical about a white person in general because of that power dynamic that is from a pattern of behavior. I'm not saying that today in this day and age, today in America, it's very different, right? It's very different from when we were going through the Vietnam War. It's very different from the Korean War. But at the same time, it's a completely different situation where we don't know where the white privilege is or how the white person is being oppressed. Because if anything else, we're seeing movements where like non-white people are being discriminated too. Like, hold on. What is the thing? BTS. There's a whole thing with BTS, right? Was the Stray Kids? Wasn't there like a Asian group that stepped away from the Grammys? Yeah, like hold on. Like a very huge example of what's been happening recently is the whole BTS's decision to sit out of the Grammys bring new attention to the Academy's Asian pop category, to where originally, like this group of people, God, like the worst. Like here's the thing, right? I learned about it recently to where BTS was originally top of the charts. God fucking damn it. Yeah, like my understanding is BTS was top of the charts for pop music, and then when we were coming towards the Grammys for 2027, the Grammys somehow decided to like, hey, let's separate Asian pop from just regular pop, right? And then they stepped away. It's a whole thing with let's check out can the Guardian let me read it? Yeah, that's right. BTS boycotts Grammy after introduction of new Asian pop, a category. K-pop superstars will not submit Ariang album or its songs for 2027 ceremony. Have withdrawn from themselves from the 2027 Grammy Awards due to the addition of a new award for Best Pop Music, when originally the category was just pop music. Why did the Grammys decide to then put Asians out to their own category to let somebody else try to beat them? Isn't the whole point of the pop category to compete with each other? That's the craziest thing. Hold on, let me see what else. That was perhaps unfortunate wording. Wait, hold on. The decision to add the category was due to our music community sharing with us that they feel they needed to have more opportunities to celebrate different and new genres of music. Academy president says when announcing that the Asian Pop Award, along with another regionally specific Best Latin Song, So not only are you separating the Asians from the main table of pop music, you're also separating Latin music from the main table of music. Each command vast revenues and audiences, including the US, after its maturity. The Asian pop category was created to celebrate the depth, diversity, and extraordinary growth of pop artists coming out of Asia. The spirit of this new category is to shine a dedicated spotlight on these important artists. But you saying that it's never to divide but to expand who is recognized, that doesn't, like, that is a false, that is a red herring. That is a red herring. By it doesn't stop from there, right? Oh god. Yeah, like Asian pop artists have traditionally been ignored by the US-centric award show by American standards. No K-pop act was ever nominated until BTS in 2021. But they had a good showing in this year's ceremony. Golden from Demon K-pop Demon Hunters was won for best writing for visual media, the first to win for a pop act. Big Four Prize Songs of the Year. Again, that's just the craziest thing. Like, the idea that you think that it's crazy to even like follow through with the idea that ultimately we're in a position to where the American interest is dividing the country even further. And it's crazy to see to where, how is it that white Americans feel like they're losing their space, and then to create their own space, they're deciding to cut the pie in half, right? To where it's almost crazy. It's like it's nobody is nobody believes you, right? Nobody believes anything now. Like, the news sucks in general, right? It's the crazy idea to think that, oh, just because I'm Asian American means that I don't have the same opportunities as a white person, right? To where after I was raised to work so much harder just to get a chance in, right? It's almost like a popularity contest for the most part. It's a popularity contest that colored people are often losing. But then the moment you call the kettle black, everybody tries to be very defensive about it because they don't want to be perceived as a certain thing, a certain, like, they don't want to be assumed to be a racist. They don't want to be assumed prejudiced against colored people. I don't know why I got to that rabbit hole, but essentially it's he's technically right. But also it's crazy because it's one thing to work in court, yeah, it's really weird. Getting ready for divorce and what? Yeah, like the whole thing about being a young white heterosexual Christian atheist man. It's crazy. Like, there's a kernel of truth, but also there is a bunch of like things to argue against it as well too. To where, yes, if you're a white man in America right now, you're both protected and you're both. There are things that keeps you from being the protagonist in America. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know why I'm like rambling, yapping, but but it's not good. It's not great. But what would I know? Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and check out Omni. I generally like to watch these like at like high speeds, anyways. All right, this is Omni talking about Kingdom Hearts Force. Hold on. All right, guys. So this is Kingdom Hearts 4's Coco trailer with Omni's breakdown. I've seen him a lot. I've seen him post a lot on social media. I've seen him cry. I've seen him very emotional about a lot of the same niches that I've been a part of. I've enjoyed it, so let's check them out.
Omniverse, today we have some Kingdom Hearts. Welcome back to Citizens of the Omniverse. Today we have some Kingdom Hearts news to talk about and a trailer to react to. They have a whole ass panel tomorrow, so I was not expecting anything like this today. We got some stuff to talk about. Oh,
wait, how old is this again?
Okay.
This was 2 days ago. Yeah, this is right before the panel that we have queued up as well. I want to check out the panel as well.
We're going to start off with the brand new trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4 that came out today at D23. Again, there's the 25th anniversary panel tomorrow that they are live streaming. So I was not expecting to get any KH stuff today at all. I woke up to a text from Ronan being like, hey man, how you holding up, basically? I was like, what do you mean? Look up Kingdom Hearts online. And yeah, we got some nuggets. But first thing we're going to do, we're going to check out this trailer, and then we're going to talk about the other announcement that came out today.
And again, like I mentioned before in the stream, but I spoke about it in a video where I'm hoping the anime that they announced, it covers other characters that aren't Sora, because we still need, for me, I need a personal resolution to the other nuggets that Nomura have planted, but never like explained. Because there's a clip in Kingdom Hearts 3 where there's a discussion that the reason why Xemnas recruited Marluxia, Larzine, Luxord, and Demyx, those four that make up 9 through 12 of the organization, he recruited them because of their unconscious knowledge of the age of Fairy Tail, which is of the age prior to the Keyblade Wars. That also includes times before the Keyblade Wars, so that's like during the foundation of Skylat Kylum, or like I forget what, or Daybreak. I don't remember what it's called, but there's ancient knowledge that they're subconsciously aware of, and we know Marluxia and Larcene are of the Dandelions from Union Cross, and Marluxia is looking, and the somebody of Marluxia is looking for his sister.
So yeah, let's get out to check out the Kingdom Hearts 4 official Coco showcase trailer from D23.
What happened?
He's been forgotten. When there's no one left in the living world who remembers you, you disappear from this world. We call it the final death.
This is such a perfect world with where we've left off with the series, with Sora in particular. This exploration of death, the other side, memory, even.
Yeah, because like like I mentioned before in a previous video, the fact this is a perfect world to include into the mythos that is Kingdom Hearts 2 as well, because for everybody that's looking for Sora, if you haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3, what are you doing? What's going on here? But for everybody who has not played Kingdom Hearts 3, I'm sorry, for everybody who has played Kingdom Hearts 3, everybody knows that at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, everybody got their happy ending except Sora. Sora dissipates like dust, and during Melody of Memories and everything afterwards, they're trying to figure out a way to save Sora, right? Because he did so much for his friends, and the least that they can do is like bring him back. That's the dream. That's the goal of what they're trying to do, right? So Sora is experiencing a concept of death, and it's so crazy to where we see Donald and Goofy walking around Mount Olympus because they think that who's the person that we can talk to for if someone of the living passed away, and they think to themselves Hades, because they've been to the underworld before in that world. So by some chance, what if he went into the afterlife of Mount Olympus, right? That's a thing too. And the fact that Coco is a game. Coco is a story discussing the concepts of loss, of memory, of people passing away, and how you keep those memories despite them not being with you. Perfect game. Perfect story to match with Kingdom Hearts at this point of the story.
Yo. Let's go. Oh, does he have the face paint here?
Yep, face paint.
Yes, he does. Yo, look at this dude. What? That Keyblade is sick.
That's a guitar keyblade, which is really cool because this plays on the this is great.
Oh, look who's in his party!
This is a lot of new information.
I'm
no, of course. I'm sure it is.
Where are you, bro?
Is this where they always end up?
But Sora isn't here.
Where are you, bro?
Is this where they always end up?
But Sora isn't here.
Nope.
Sora, is something
Oh! Yo! Yes. Yes. That's Sigurd! No more speculations now. Dude, late 2027 is crazy. Dude, hearing
beautiful
Sora yell out Sigurd and Strelitzia's names sends such a shiver down my spine.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Also, hard confirmation now that was in fact Sigurd. We didn't have confirmation.
And we have a hard confirmation of Strelitsia, Luxord in the trailer. We have hard confirmation of. Actually, no, we don't see Luxord ever meeting Sora in this game quite yet. So we have Strelitsia, hard confirmation, Volley, hard confirmation, Sigurd, hard confirmation of Sora saying the names.
Before, it was just very well-informed speculations and theorizing based on the clues from previous. So then that's 100% Volley there with him. But look at these Heartless, dude.
These Heartlesses are... The way that these Heartlesses spawn within this world and how stylized it is based on the world is very cool.
Like the human, like obviously because Heartless take over like the form of like whatever they've inhabited in some kind of way, being in like our world of all things. Like look at this crow, dude. It's like
what?
I mean, that could be more ties to the two characters from Missing Link that will.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because like some of the characters that were tied in Missing Link are specific. There's like a white. There's a pair of people that was supposed to be key characters in Missing Link. We never got Missing Link because the people said otherwise.
Maybe never. We'll see them. We'll see them in this, but like I wonder how we're going to get their story, we'll get to something else here in a little bit.
Because yeah, we'll never get their story that was intended for Missing Link unless they scrapped the project of Missing Link and saved all the cutscenes in the anime. You know, what if they just animate Missing Link rather than just let you play it?
But yeah, this is very like Raven-like. A couple of these are Ravenish And then these human slash shadows, because they got the antennae, but they're very humanoid. But like, look, hold up. There was a good shot of it right there. Yeah, look at this, man. That's a good shot of it. It kind of reminds me of the Tingo Warriors from Power Rangers, actually. Except way more badass.
It's more like
this is another thing too. Where is this? We got Volley, who we presume is Volley from Dark Road and all of that here with him and Strelitzia. But he's seen through Hades, Donald and Goofy communing, I'm presuming, because like we saw something very similar to this in Dark Road when Ericus and Xehanort's classmates all died. They were able to communicate to Ericus, or deliver a message to Ericus and Xehanort through Hades, through the underworld.
Oh, okay, that's pretty sick. So what if in the previous trailer we watched, in the previous video, we watched the full trailer and broke that down? What if the gauntlet that Sora and Donald plays was the requirement for them to pass, so that Hades can then say like, fine, if you want to try to long distance message your boy Sora, I'll do it, but you have to survive my gauntlet. And then being surprised that Donald and Goofy can survive the fight without Sora, for them to see them survive will make them upset. But also, a deal is a deal, right? So that means that then Hades will fulfill his part of the bargain and project their consciousness to go find where Sora is. That is pretty sick.
From the other side. I'm presuming, though, this is the other side at this point, which makes me wonder if, like, is it just Keyblade wielders that are spared permadeath, left adrift over on this world? Because we got the Case of the Lost Masters, we got the Master of Masters floating around somewhere in here. Sigurd, you know.
Yeah, because we have what's floating around are the foretellers that returned. We have Ava, who's in a cloak. We have Luxord in a cloak. We've seen a sighting of young Xehanort. We see Strelitzia, Volley, Sigurd, and Luxord. I don't, because that's the thing though. If you were to beat the secret ending, if you were to beat the secret boss of Kingdom Hearts 3, you will hear a dialogue of Luxord talking to somebody. Who was he talking to is the question. We don't have the official name of that guy, not to my knowledge, but he could be another Keyblade wielder, right? There is also the fact that there are 5 darknesses of the original 13 darknesses that are not accounted for. Which is why there's like, Xehanort has made 13 vessels to house the 13 darknesses.
Strelitzia, who we saw die in Union Cross. Volley, also dead.
Union Cross. And there's also the fact that I believe Ephemer, or the main character that we were supposed to control, our character stayed behind in a data version of Daybreak Town to hold back a few darknesses. So there could be a chance that we see that in the animated series as well.
And with this other announcements coming up, it's another dead character leading the charge on the story that we're seeing. So like, death leads us to where we are here.
Yeah, death in the main game, death by the end of like Kingdom Hearts 3 has led to us seeing Sora wake up in Quadratum.
You know, we go to the final world.
And then in Quadratum, there's a bunch of instances where in the main trailer that we see previously, confirmations that there's an organization called Dandelions and a dropship going to the site of where Shibuya Crossing is.
And then there's a crossover point there that's shared with the other side of reality, as we've learned it from our perspective, you know, from Quadratum, the other side, the real world as we're seeing it here, or our fictional world from the point of view of Sora, to the world of nonfiction, or vice versa there within.
The age of fairy tales.
you know, this is their world, and our side is the other side, and the final place, the final world is like this bridging point. We go there and we can connect to the other side through certain channels, where Sora wound up on this end, and they're able to like somehow through the power of the underworld commune, like, but it seems like only he can see them though.
It makes sense to where only Donald and Goofy can be, only Sora can see Donald and Goofy because their hearts are connected, kind of bullshit from this game. So the whole like hearts are connected is the reasons why. My understanding is that Sora can see Donald and Goofy, and then what makes Sora pass out? I don't know.
Which is interesting. I wonder, might be because that there's a personal connection needs to be made, kind of like how like the power of waking works, in a way. Which is why it's like really cool that I think like Coco's a great world to do this, because like if there's this through line of death that is connecting everything.
Because like the first death you have is your physical death, and the second death is when the last person that loves you or knows you says your name. When the last death comes from the last time somebody mentions you by name or by memory.
Like worlds that have that theme at its core might play a huge part in this, especially with this idea of like especially within the through line of Coco, is like, what is like the final death? The real death is when you're forgotten. It's not when you died, it's when the last person who remembers you passes on, and then you're truly gone from the world. Sora right now might be gone, might be dead. Again, whatever that word means in this world, he's not forgotten.
Because again, like death in this game is a fluid concept, because you have you dying and producing a nobody, you dying and your body remains becoming a nobody. A nobody is in itself almost like the concept of a zombie in a way, but like the concepts of a nobody is supposed to represent somebody without a heart, without emotions, and then all of your emotions and all of your feelings that reside from your heart becomes a shadow. And the only two recorded instances of people coming into physical form from their shadows has been Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, and Sora, because after he sacrificed himself to release Kyrie's heart, he was a walking shadow, and then his heart was so strong he produced his body back again. But that left his nobody Roxas to be picked up by Xemnas at the same time. And that's how 358 over 2 days occurred, because it was his body roaming around without an identity, without his heart, out in the world during 358.
There's people trying to figure out, one, what happened to him, because it is very unclear to everybody. So we got his friends holding out hope that he's just out there somewhere and that he can be recovered. So that's what we're seeing. And
that's the craziest thing too, to where like in a very funny way, the only reason why Sora received the final form of his transformations in Kingdom Hearts 2 was because he defeated his nobody, and in defeating his nobody, he regained his body back. But on the flip side, I don't know what would have happened if Roxas beated Sora. If Roxas defeated Sora, Roxas may become the prominent personality. But what happens after that is a discussion I don't have the answer to.
Mickey's in some library that it seems to be the same like architecture we saw from that one shot in the original teaser, where he's like hopping through the chandeliers sneakily, which makes me wonder, like, where is he?
He's in Scala at Kylum, because again, for those of you who don't know, at the ending of Medley of Memories, one of his tasks from Yen said was to go to do research at Scala at Kylum, and that's where he is right now.
Scala? If it's Scala at Kylum, which makes me wonder, like, where is he? Is it Scala? If it's Scala at Kylum, that'd be fucking sick. Going through the old records of the old...
That also sounds like he's never played Medley of Music, which I didn't either, so I understand.
Keyblade World, like what that was like, kind of diving into maybe what we're not going to get now from Missing Link, which may be what allows us to transition into the other announcement that was revealed, which was that there's going to be a Kingdom Hearts anime.
And that's the thing too. If you look at the silhouette of this guy, he looks like Helgi, which is a character that somebody have found in the upperclassmen during Dark Roads or from Union Cross, one or the other. But I think it's from Dark Roads that Helgi is from.
Coming to Disney Plus and Disney Channel, which is set in the world. A few things that we know. It's not an adaptation. It's definitely not Sora in the key art. And there was an official message from Nomura that was talking about how all the clues, there's a lot of clues in the key art right now, and that's as far as they are comfortable with sharing.
Because again, like if you look at, I'm willing to bet the way the handle is formulated, it could be the Keyblade that Master Ericus inherits. That is my understanding based on how this is formed. But at the same time, we also know that Ericus was young and walking around during the events of Dark Roads. So that's in itself is something that I can't really say either.
But that it's like very stylized, very desaturated, but it looks almost exactly like Helgi, one of the upperclassmen from Dark Road, whose story we start after the fact. Like when we pick up Dark Road, they've already gone missing, and all of that storyline's already kind of kicked off. So there's a couple of things with that. Hairstyles matching, the attire.
Yeah, because there's a really good chance that you know what's completely sick? There is a strong chance, because we still have no news from Kingdom Hearts 3. In Kingdom Hearts 3, I showed in a previous video, but in Kingdom Hearts 3, I showed the scene where the reason why Xemnas recruited Larcene, Marluxia, Demyx, and Luxord is because of their unconscious history of the Age of Fairy Tale. There's a chance that Luxord and Demyx are from the upperclassmen era. I don't think we have full names of them either, but at the same time, Vali is of the upperclassmen as well. Storetzia, she died before everybody got into her pods. Marluxia took up his role as a dandelion to go look for his sister and the answers of them, because my understanding is that there was one of the darknesses that destroyed one of the 13 darknesses that was the enemy of the master. My understanding is that Storetzia was killed by one of the 13 darknesses in order for them to invade and get into Daybreak Town, or Skyloud. I think Skyloud Column is the new name of Daybreak Town that got transformed into Skyloud Column. But there's 13 original darknesses. 13 original darknesses discarded their body to become darkness. 5 unaccounted for darknesses were not accounted for within the series. Union Cross and Dark Roads deals with the remaining 8 darknesses, and then in Kingdom Hearts 2, 3, Xehanort is making 13 vessels in hopes to contain a form of darkness within each of those vessels. That's my understanding. We also don't know if the 13th body that became Roxas failed or currently contains a body, a vessel of a thing of darkness. I don't know.
Here matches Helgi's design. The only thing that's kind of thrown off, and I think it's because of the stylization and it's very desaturated, the key art that we got. Helgi in the game's blonde, like the few times we did see him. And in this, like, it looks brunette, darker, black maybe even, but because of the stylization and the saturation, it very much so could just be the way it's muted out.
Yeah, it is a bit of a mute color.
What is being wielded there is a Scarlet Kylum Keyblade. It's the very same ones from Dark Road that all of the students there start off with. Same Keyblade, same bracers, same collar, all of it, which makes me wonder if that's where, with the cancellation of Missing Link, and clearly that's here. I mean, Sigurd was introduced in Missing Link.
Yeah, because I believe, I actually don't remember if did I make a video about it? I don't recall. Hold on, let me see this. Did I ever make a video that talked about Kingdom Hearts? Oh no. I guess I never made a video talking about the past trailers. Okay, let me see if I can. What can I do? Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Okay, there was an opening cinematic that happened to. Let's check that out as well too. Let's check that out later.
Has not been seen anywhere else in the franchise, so
I will retroactively watch the trailer after this one, and then post that video before this one.
Information from that game is going to have to be conveyed in some way, and I'm wondering if the starting off of that, because the upperclassman story, Helgi's story, and the others in his class is something that wasn't explored too much except after the fact. We saw the fallout of that story in Dark Road,
where everybody's
with
dead.
Ericus and their classmates, because one of the key players in that game, his older sister, was one of these upperclassmen, and it just went off. Some shit happened, man. Some real dark shit happened.
Some real
this
stuff
might be their
happened.
story, and that them being like the older tier of that can connect us back to some of those Missing Link elements that are inevitably going to play a factor into this. So like the Raven thing, it's tied into Odin and Master Odin in this, and the Norse mythology of Odin and his ravens, because at least the mechanic as to I know it from Missing Link was like these feathers, raven feathers, would play and corrupt people, and now we got these raven themed Heartless that have taken over what I presume here are other people, because in the last trailer that we got, it was we saw raven feathers raining down on certain people in the last one, and that's a lot of people who aren't aware of like the Missing Link stuff or anything like that, or the stuff that was expanded upon or brought into Dark Road and Union Cross and all of that. I saw a lot of people were like, oh, Sephiroth, which is a valid thing to think. Like,
I would love to believe that after the events of Kingdom Hearts 2, in Kingdom Hearts 2, Sephiroth was a secret boss. You fought Sephiroth, that then had you go to the beginning of Radiant Garden or to another part of the world to find Cloud, tell him a silver-haired character is looking for him. You meet him outside the boss entry of Sephiroth, and then you watch Sephiroth and Cloud fight each other. They go into a helix in the air, and then they disappear. And then Tifa walks away, trying to look for Cloud again, because she's gonna follow Cloud as a respectable wife, right? But I would love to believe that in this year 2027, in the year 2027, after the drop of Final Fantasy Revelations, we get to fight Sephiroth again. I want to fight Sephiroth again based on these feather motifs.
after where we've been with the franchise up until this point, if you haven't been keeping up with everything else, but I think that's a very strong key indication that maybe some of what was lost in what I'm hoping is at least a lot of the information that may have been lost in Missing Link might be introduced into that, considering that like it's a group of people, assuming we are right. I'm like 97% confident that's Helgi, and this is going to be following the upperclassmen leading up to the beginning of Dark Road. But because of that, because of being like a prequel to that, it might be enough going backwards to incorporate some of the lost concepts from Missing Link into that. And even so, like whatever Mickey's discovering here in this library is like there's a bunch of information here.
Again, we will not know what Mickey's discovering until we play the game. But while we're here, I'm really excited to see because Mickey's world that Mickey's dealing with has to do with collecting pages to finish the book, to find more information, I believe. And he's getting particular items to traverse the world as a finite resource.
talking about this, that, the other, or whatever, and might have a clue to where Sora is or anything of this, or whatever. Could be like the archives of all that, because if he's in Scala, which was their home base for missing, which was going to be your home base for Scala, which is also where we ended up at the end of Union Cross and all of that, with the founding of Scala Kylum, the Keyblade Academy, and everything that was there, or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of information that could be there. Now, why is he sneaking around with chandeliers in that one scene that we saw like way back when? That raises some questions. But I'm fucking loving this, man. Oh yeah, the other thing too, I wanted to talk about the anime that I wanted to specify too, that also thanks to the key art, there was a follow-up. What we know about it, it's a new story. It's not an adaptation. So it's an expansion of the world, which is evident by the key art. It seems like it might be a prequel to Dark Road. Maybe even a bridge between the now canceled Missing Link and what we know now. But it'll still harken to what we know and we're familiar with, because even in those games they still traveled through the Disney worlds and stuff like that to follow the clues and whatever. That's still a function. So there's still going to be a lot of the Kingdom Hearts isms in it that we're familiar with in some way, but it's going to be a new story, new characters. Well, maybe not new characters, but whatever. It's not going to be Sora and gang.
It's new-ish.
But it's also not an adaptation, and I can't fucking wait. And this is all developmental footage for right now. Subject to change, like the little disclaimer says in the beginning, and it looks fucking pristine, dude. Like, this is the thing too, like with like the engine they switched to for KH4, and then now they've really kind of got a handle with it. They're not learning it anymore. This shit looks fucking beautiful.
Yes.
And again, because you're separated from Donald and Goofy, and I don't know how long that's going to be. I like that, like, we get that one shot of confirmation, at least for this world. This may be one of the first worlds. Where is it? Here, they're not there. Right here. You can see.
Yeah, because, like, again, I see where you're talking about, to where in this clip right here that's distracted by all that, by the YouTube AI. On the bottom right screen of this screen, let me see if I can, like, could I? That's not working.
Them working together, and they are his party members here, which makes me think that, at least for the time being, while we're...
Yeah, because while we're in this world by ourselves, he has to rely on the community to help regulate this world. Much like how during Birth by Sleep, you were a solo character as Ven, Aqua, or Terra, and you happen to partner up with Zack Fair, or you happen to partner up with other characters within the world to then maintain the world's peace. That's something that's happened in the Birth by Sleep. That's happened in Dream Drop Distance, and it's going to happen again here.
Separated, while Sora's cut off from everybody he's already, which is I think one of the most interesting things to do with Sora right now, is because he feels so dependent on everybody.
I honestly don't believe that statement, because we faced that instance. We already faced that instance during Dream Drop Distance, and we faced that instance in 3, to where in Dream Drop Distance it was his first time completing challenges for the Mark of Mastery by himself, and then that further expanded more combat situations in 3, where he's by himself. He just happens to work better with friends, but the previous games have shown him to be very capable on his own.
You know, that's always been he feels so dependent on everybody. You know, that's always been his thing, right? My friends are my power. Being physically
no.
and temporally.
I don't believe that, because that's how he was in the original games. But as he became more competent with the Keyblade, he has become stronger and stronger without them, to where you see that in the transformation of his Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts 3. You see him in the way he utilizes the Dream Eaters in Dream Drop Distance. He is a more capable person now than he was in his younger days with the team.
And whatever, separated from them, and having him try to fend for himself, not having his crew, not having Donald, Goofy, Riku, Mickey, Kairi, none of them, and having to adapt. I don't think it'll be the whole game. There's no way it's going to be the whole game doing that, but it's just like an interesting concept that Sora is kind of on his own when he's exploring these other worlds. Because I also thought, like, there's the possibility that maybe Strelitzia could be a party member, or Vali, or any of them.
I mean, I can, like, they definitely can be, but much more so with Strelitzia, because it looked like in the extended trailer, Strelitzia has an issue with manifesting her Keyblade, and it looked almost holographic, like she is realizing she is in the Matrix, and so the Matrix is glitching out. So there's a good chance that when it comes to this situation, there's a situation where oh no, Strelitzia, are you okay? You can't use your Keyblade? That's okay, I'll fight for you.
That doesn't appear to be the case here, because there's some shots where he's solo, where it's just Sora and he doesn't have an indicator down here for party members, and then we've got shots like this where they're executing a limit break here together. I wonder if it says anywhere. Look at this little boss fight on the trams. This fucking Heartless. God, I can't wait for this. I love the visual aesthetic. One, just of this world and this art style. I love Coco, dude. Speaking of...
Oh, now that you mention it, okay, so I'm wondering if this instance right here is his meter for the special with Hector, because I thought for a second that this was a thing in the middle. This meter represented the objective of the combat. That may not actually be the case. It may actually, this meter may be building up, and the more combos you get, the higher damage you get towards the end. That could be a part of the combo meter.
I think they just announced the second movie too, with them all grown up. Yeah, they're doing a little team move here. I'm trying to see if there's a spot where, like, you see it executed.
No, there isn't.
I don't see it, unless it's in one of the other shots. Also, this Keyblade is sick as hell, dude. Also,
The
remember when
Keyblade
you
is
said,
the
like, Sora will
guitar.
look more, he only looks as realistic as he does because he's in Scala? I mean, the style holds even here, despite all of that. The only difference is he's got the Sugar Skull face paint. Dude, this is so fucking cool, dude. I'm so hyped for this. It also, like I said, the connection of death makes me wonder, like, what other worlds we could see.
Because, like, yeah, if you put it by that perspective, are there... Hold on. Are there Disney and Pixar movies that discuss the concepts of loss and death? Because there's Coco, I know that much. There is... We could have Up, themed Lost Reefs and Morality. There could be Onward, that we have a game about. There could be Inside Us, Souls, Finding Nemo. We've had Big Hero 6 already. We've had Bambi. We could return to Frozen, I guess. So there's like, those are like death and coping games, death and coping mechanisms. There could be those for concepts.
Maybe
but
there
hard
is,
to
because
say.
maybe there's some fabric weakening with worlds that have this connection to death, almost in the way that the limbo worlds are, or the sleeping worlds have this like connection between that's kind of like on the precipice, like like Traverse Town or Twilight Town, that are like between light and dark.
Yeah, because is Traverse Town meant for people who lost their worlds and are wandering? Traverse Town is a safe haven for people who've lost their worlds and are wandering after the Heartless destroys them. It acts as the gathering place for refugees. It's a place for refugees.
Maybe there's like not like Traverse Town or Twilight Town that are like between light and darkness. Maybe there's certain worlds because of the nature of them are between life and death, or reality and non-reality. And maybe that would line up perfectly with this, which makes me wonder, like, what other worlds could we see? Could we see some that we've had before?
And at the same time, I'm looking up that allegedly Twilight Town is a quiet place where people who've lost their worlds can rest, but it's not specifically made for them. Huh. Most people in Twilight Town are just normal locals who lost their daily lives. But you'll see people like Setzer, Cypher, Vivi. We don't know what world they came from, but they're in the world of Twilight Town right now. Characters who lost their homes sometimes end up here or Traverse Town because it's peaceful and hidden.
Or because of the nature of that world, there is some overlap that allows them to connect specifically there, like with the underworld. Maybe just specifically the underworld. You know, it's not like he could go up to Olympus and they could achieve the same thing, but maybe that's why they're able to communicate through that. Since
You know what? Thank you so much for you to bring that up. Reminds me that like the world of Olympus has been touched on in every game since the inception of Kingdom Hearts. And now the fact that Olympus is being repackaged to explore the concepts of death and loss is amazing. It's incredibly cool. I love it.
A realm tied to death itself. But like, what about Nightmare Before Christmas? What about with this?
Nightmare Before Christmas is honestly in its own plane, because the whole concept of Nightmare Before Christmas is it's a plane of people who happen to look scary, and it deals with the concepts of owning your identity and spooky skeleton, but not exactly like life and death concepts and the objectiveness of morality.
Theme in mind, it makes me think like, man, it kind of makes me a little not upset, but like it would have made thematic sense if we didn't skip Dead Man's Chest and went straight to At World's End with Pirates of the Caribbean and Kingdom Hearts 3, because going to Davy Jones' locker would have been a great way to like tie it into this as well. If
thank you so much for bringing that up, because wait, hold on. Curse of the Black Pearl, Dead Man's Chest. Yeah, Dead Man's Chest dealt with the... Did it though? I don't know if Dead Man's Chest... No, because it was at World's End where we met up with Jack, and then we came back to the real world, and then we fought the ending of that game. But Dead Man's Chest was a film about consequences and how they will come for their dues if not paid accordingly. Where, case in point, the consequences of Jack Sparrow's actions led him to be trapped on that mast because of Elizabeth Swann, and Davy Jones' predicament of becoming controlled by the Port Royal was because of his is a consequence of his actions. Yeah, it's a movie about consequences, not about death, I don't think.
If we wanted to save that part of that story for this, and that's all just based on the speculation that this could just be a world only accessible through Quadratum and the other side of this separation, the other side of the final world. We don't know if it's accessible from either or. I mean, Quadratum could simply be the only thing on the other side of that, and this could be him finding ways from Quadratum to reach out into these bridging worlds. But if that one shot from that other trailer that myself and most of the internet is like, that's fucking indoor, and that's an ATST foot that we saw, how would that tie in?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ghosts. That's a theme. That's a big thing.
I mean, at the same time, I like to go back to Omni's like interpretation of like, hey, Donald and Goofy, they're in the world of the underworld, and then in order to help and to have Hades help them, they followed a gauntlet, and then Hades. I know Hades has like yes and yes but clause to make sure that he gets his own way out of it, but there's a good chance that the interaction with Hades right now is what's making sure that this happens.
In Return of the Jedi. Also, if you want to talk about death as a thematic thing, that's where Anakin finally passes. So there's some.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could put like. Again, we don't know how they would integrate. What is it? Star Wars, because in the very beginning we thought Star Wars was going to be a world because of the shwung of the lightsaber, but it turns out to be just the fires that Hades summoned.
There is some thematic connection there, while maybe not the world itself doesn't have like this inclination or leaning towards death. But like the fact that he's surrounded by people we've seen die in the Kingdom Hearts pantheon or library so far across a multitude of different games.
Yeah, because again, over the course of 20 years, we've heard the deaths of Vali and friends. We've seen the death of Asterezia. We actually seen the death of Riku in a way before Sora used the forbidden power of waking. We saw everybody technically die before Sora decided to do the time travel boogaloo.
It just makes me wonder who all has truly died and who all wound up here. Obviously, they were all intervened.
Intervene?
Strelitzia was killed by one of the primordial darknesses.
Yeah, she was killed by one of the primordial darknesses, and we have no confirmed accounts of 5 of the 13 darknesses.
Shit, was Baldur? I don't know that it was. I can't remember. I need to rewatch Dark Road. I thought the twist by the end of it was we thought he was possessed by one of the primordial darknesses, but it turned out it was just simply a darkness that he actually grew himself.
Okay, because we also have a situation where our creation character is a vessel for 2 primordial darknesses, and he is currently trapped within a shut down data version of Twilight Town. I'm not sure of Daybreak Town too, because it's incredibly wild to see the data Daybreak Town, and then 1,000 years later, allegedly, we have the creation of Data Twilight Town. Past, present.
And that was possible. Otherwise, if I need to rewatch that, because I can't remember now, because I remember it being like very implied it was a primordial darkness, but it wasn't. I thought the twist was that it turned out not to be. Now that I'm thinking about it, but I could be misremembering. But either way, if it was a primordial darkness, that could be like the through line here. One of the true originating darknesses in the world. Maybe it has something to do with ones inflicted upon them by that. Sora shared a connection with one, though it didn't have a direct hand in his demise, unless you simply include Vanitas, who we all speculate is one of them.
Yeah, there's a good chance that Vanitas was... Yeah, because if I remember, there was a chance that he was a primordial darkness, because Vanitas traveled to the time of young Xehanort. Yeah, it's like it's a whole thing to where young Vanitas was shot through a tube 2 separate times to go further into the future.
Oh my god. We know 7 of them are in the Masters.
7
I can't remember now where all of them are. One speculated to be in Ventus, aka Vanitas. And there's the ones trapped in Daybreak.
Yeah, Daybreak Data Town.
That didn't have bodies. That might be all of them accounted for. I'm not sure. I need to go back and refresh myself on all of that. But man, dude, this is so good. I'm so excited for this, man. I'm fucking ready. This coming right off the heels of them like talking about how Kingdom Hearts has officially become $1 billion franchise for Disney, and this is the first year Disney's really like they put them on the banners. They have a whole ass panel for it. They're leaning into it. We got the Fortnite collab, all but confirmed. I think it's actually been confirmed at this point. I'm not sure.
Sora's in the background.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. I was just getting distracted. I saw the mini map up here. I know there was one shot. I think it was like right here. Yeah, here. You can see a Moogle. You can see a Moogle icon on the mini map up in the top. Meaning somehow Moogles even exist here, which is fun.
Moogles are the original travelers of the multiverse.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the ADHD of this. There's just so much going on. And also, why does he see them and pass out? Is that just from like being?
I wonder, because like in my understanding, like in my interpretation, him passing out may be from the exertion that seeing them causes to him, or him breaking out of the system that is Data Quadratum. Because it feels like the entire space of Quadratum that we're in is actually made of digital files.
Overwhelmed when he sees Donald and Goofy here. God, I'm so fucking ready. I'm so ready. Oh yeah, I forgot the whole big thing. Was it in the trailer? I know it was in the tweets. No, yeah, it is late 2027, man. So next year, next fucking year, man.
Yeah, buddy.
And we got the fan event tomorrow, deep dive into Kingdom Hearts. I'm going to be live streaming that. We'll be doing our regular live stream tomorrow, and then I plan on actually live streaming the actual Kingdom Hearts event tomorrow. So I'm just so looking forward to that. I really wanted to go. I tried, but tickets were already swept up. And even I learned after the fact that even for seating for this panel, it had to be a raffle. So even if I went, there wasn't a guarantee I would have got a seat there anyway. So at least this time I can sit here and I can guarantee that I can watch it because they are live streaming that sucker. Hell yeah, man.
I missed out on that. I had things I was doing with family at that time. I missed out on streaming that.
I'm so excited. I am vibrating. I was gonna be doing a whole other thing tonight, and now I just it got hijacked by this. You know, there was the Marvel announcement too. They announced like the castings for some of the X-Men. We got some other trailers and stuff like that. I don't know if I'll get around to any of that, but this has been on my mind, and I wanted to talk about it because fuck, man, it's one of my favorite things ever. And Matthew over there just started playing his first time playthrough of the
Good
series
job,
with Kingdom Hearts. Is on his fourth part after a lot of nudging from me and encouragement from me to do so. And yeah, so go check that out. Actually, I'll have a link to that down below.
Like for me, I did a chronological playthrough of the games coming up to Kingdom Hearts 3.
Below, please go support that. He's a delight. I love that man. Anyway, guys, what do you think? How do you feel? What are your thoughts? Your speculations? Sound off the comments down below. We'll carry on the conversation after the video. Hope you enjoyed the reaction. If it did, leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe if not already. Make sure to stick around for more reactions, reviews, and all that kind of stuff. And we will probably be doing once I move and got the new internet in place, we'll probably be doing a road to KH4 sometime in the coming year, just to kind of go.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that too. He's doing this cooldown. Yep, beautiful mug, beautiful mug. Okay, but I do think I may do the same thing too, where let's like the video. I should be able to post a link down in the description below. But I'm very excited to like be on that road with him too, because I enjoy the idea of like, hey, we love this thing. I know you love it. Let's go ahead and celebrate the road to Kingdom Hearts 4. It's gonna be very fun. It's gonna be very cool. Okay, let me quickly check to see if he's also done a reaction. He said he did a like stream of it, so I wonder if it's on YouTube. Oh, that's a heavy bag, heavy buddy. Should I? Convince into. What is it? Are you turned away from the police academy if you have a certain IQ? A cadet can technically be turned away from a police department for scoring too high on a cognitive or intelligence test, though it is not universal. Yeah, that just really sucks. Manipulate. Let's go ahead and close all these tabs for now, because I want to at least finish my adventure to the Power World before I shut down the world. I want to shut down the world because I'm getting too lost in the sauce in what I'm currently building. Okay, let's go ahead and connect ourselves to Power World. This is currently the 1.0.3 edition. We're at a place to where I want to at least finish because like I'm at the end game, and after that the only other thing I could think of is to hold on. Okay, so right now we are currently playing the last leg of Power World. Before we get into the what is it? There is an end game segment that requires me to play the extremely hard mode. The last stretch of the game is after I fight this final boss. There is a bunch of end game things like all the very difficult raids, the very difficult tower bosses, and I want to try to do that. I want to try and at least get a chance to like finish this and then just work on farming the creatures to make pals for the final boss raids and final yeah, like just like final raid levels. Like there's hard mode for the raids and I want to finish that. All right. Let's get situated. Let's recollect these in the randomized world. So I'm excited to try that out at least. You know, that's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. Do I get an egg of this extraterrestrial being? I want to get an egg. I want to get an egg of this guy. The final boss. Let's check out the volume mixing. Can I change the volume mixer? Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh boy. I know my world setting is not great, but also, let me do that again with the randomizer. Can I get your egg? Those boobs are so big. Uh-oh. That's crazy. You die in this game. That's pretty. That's nice. I feel kind of bad for my setup. But the fact that you wake up on shore, much like how you did in the beginning of the game, is incredibly wild. None of those creatures were in my oh, I guess they were in my party, I guess. It's weird how abrupt the game just ends. Because thank you for playing Power World has come to an end for now. There are more difficult towers, powerful raid bosses, and dangerous area challengers awaiting you. The far corners of the world is yours to explore. Okay. That's incredibly wild. Like, I don't get an egg or anything for that reward. I wanted to do that at least before I deleted this world. But should I delete it, or should I wait until I finish all of the other, raid bosses? Let's see. Let's go to the tower boss and, do that in hard mode, I think. Have I done hard mode this one yet? Where's the other one? Yeah, let's check this one out so I can unlock it. Let's see what this does for me. Oh. Oh god. There we go. All my pals died, but they're 80. I think the only thing left to really like try to train for is the raid missions, I think. The raid bosses. I never captured you guys before? Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Let's see what else is available. Plum. I think this should be ice I'm using. Make sure everybody's fed before we fight. Just one more, dude. Oh, that's great. Ah, great. There we go. Let's see. Ah, that didn't work. Ow. What are the fruits that it keeps dropping? I wonder. Let's actually leave this world. Let's go ahead and make. Let's go and go into my. Let's go into my multi. My. Let's check the settings over here. Let's change like a few of the world settings just to make it a little fair this time. Save the glow box. Completely random. Alright, I made some changes to the 1.0 batch. Let's do it again. This time I'm starting over from scratch. For the most part. I'm mostly starting over. I haven't transferred all my 4 stars into this one yet, so it's as random as it'll ever be. Okay, everything's pretty vanilla then. Minus the experience rate and stuff like that, but... Okay. That's not here usually. These are never here usually. Can I just punch you? Oh, sick. Let's make my stamina. Okay, let's see. Wait until this is completely done. Can I punch a rock? I could. This will take a minute. Let's make a, hold on. Let's see. I don't know how to make a bow and arrow quite yet, I don't think. Let's see. Houseplants. I need leather to do that. And I need cloth to do that. How to make cloth then? I need wool to do that. I'm nowhere near cloth or anything. Alright, let's see. Hey, buddy. Oh shit, that's so... Oh god. There you go. This was the spot of my original base, but I have learnt since then. Let's see. Oh, that guy's here early? I saw the bunny rabbit somewhere. Oh, 30. Oh my god. Oh, what? Who killed me? Was it the guy with the gun? Jeez, everyone's like randomly just... It's pretty random. Come on over here. Hey, I'm cold. Can I make a fire? I don't have fire, do I? Oh, I do. Are you actually helping me make it go faster? I'll help with it. Shoddy pad repair bench. I need wool for that. I'm playing a randomizer right now, so everything is not where it's usually supposed to be. Oh. Haha, getting him early now? Sick. Is that a peacock? Okay. I'm capturing so many early creatures because of the randomizer. Jeez, and half of these guys I'm not supposed to get yet. This one is supposed to be in the area. Good job, I guess. Oh, that's the cooking mama.
Huh? Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, meant to do the other one. Oh. I guess I got the farmer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god, I meant tab. Let's drop this for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, well. There we go. Oh, Blaze Mutt! Oh, that's sick. That's super early, too. Oh, that's... Oh, it's so early, too. I'm liking all the early piles I can get because of the randomizer. But the bosses, field bosses, seem to stay the same. Did that work? Okay. that's a super early one too. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Who else? I can't make a shoddy bed until I have like. Can I even make a shoddy bed? Not until I get some wool. Wait, there is a wool on the floor. I just haven't picked it up yet. How do you get over there? What are you doing, buddy? Should be wrapping up in a little bit, and then take a break from streaming from there. Alright. Let's go and do this boss battle before we end the stream. And then I'll be editing videos in the process before I start streaming again. Hey, buddy. Am I not gonna make it? Interesting. That just barely made it. Oh my god, how much time that took was crazy. Okay, okay. That took a minute, okay. Wait, what do you mean I can... Why am I up here? I don't have a parachute, actually. Oh my god. Oh no. Mike, oh man. Dang it.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, I can do that, yeah.
Alright. I said I was going to stop for now. Alright. That was good. That was fun. I will be playing more of the randomizer at some points. But yeah. I'm going to take a break from it. And we're going to see what we're going to do from there. So thanks for watching. And I'll see you next time. Bye.